Ahem. Sound check. Sound check. This is a soundtrack. Soundtrack. Check. Jamboree. With the foist. Check 3. Syphilis. Syphilis. Check 4. Oh my god.
Fucker.
Oh, so you don't get first and then you throw a fit, a little tantrum. See how it is, Maddie. And how are you, Jamboree? Now with less glare, yeah. So I did a little DIY. You definitely are, Maddie. I could show you what I did and what I bought in case people want to emulate it. I'm doing all right. Busy. Busy like a bee. I've been pollinating flowers like constantly. Oh, is it busy work? Hi, Emmanuel. You are the first on YouTube. Good on you. Oh, hi, Autonet. Thank you. Welcome in, bud. Hope you're well. So yeah, I'll show you what I did to reduce the glare, everybody. If you're filming paintings and stuff, now like this is an imperfect solution until I can get a better, I'd say, rig, but I'll show you. I think it should be. I might do some we might do a slight change on how I paint this, as far as like we might do this with just one brush. We might do this with we might put some constraints on this one in the goal of helping improve my loose painting. But let me show you what I did with the lighting. So in the business, we call this the Polish solution. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Oh, so I don't know if you guys can see what I'm saying. Okay, so wait, is this? Why is my camera froze? My palette cam is froze, everybody. Okay, there we go. Good. Okay, so I took I have these like tube lights. You can see it's like a tube light, and it has a cable coming out of it. And so I found this is the box that they came in. They have 4 of them for like $30, and then this is polarizing film on top of this. Okay, so what polarizing film does is it limits basically a direction of light that can go through, and then you combine that with the ND filter on the camera to only see the light that shows out of this, and that helps with glare, apparently, everybody. So above here I have 2 of these side by side. I tried it with 1, but the light wasn't strong enough, so then I did one with 2, and I think it is. So a lot of tape, polarizing film, cardboard boxes, and these lights. These lights also came with chains and hooks, so I had to screw some hooks into my ceiling here to get these to hang down. So that's what we did, everybody. It's an imperfect solution. It could be a lot better. This is what I was doing before I moved. Well, before I moved my setup recently, but I had lights coming at horizontals, or I wanted light coming up from above. Well, those are different ones. Those ones were able to withstand a 36-year-old Midwestern man. Okay. These hooks are just meant to hold lights. Big difference. All right. One's industrial, the other one's temporary. One, I had to make sure, I had to get an architect involved. Right? This one I could just do. One, I had to get government approval on. This one I didn't. God, that kind of reminds me of exactly. I had to go through the permit process in those. Okay, this is an old callback, but back when I was a child, I was literally as at the age where watching Muppet Babies was awesome, or like was a cool, like not a cool thing, but I mean like a thing I liked to do. Good way of putting it. They had a music video for Kokomo, the Beach Boys song, and it was like Kermit and some other people singing it, and then like Miss Piggy wants to get on stage, but they like the human security guards couldn't lift her onto the stage. So then it like the music video culminates with them like trying to get like industrial equipment to lift Miss Piggy onto the stage, and then that broke too. For some reason that sticks with me. Things that you remember. Okay. So we got a stainless steel pan here, some carrots, some jalapenos, and a bowl of garlic, everybody. Does anybody know what I'm going to be making with this? Does anyone want to guess what I'm going to be cooking with this? Because if you don't, you're missing out. Soup? Nope, not soup. No idea? It's in here, you uncultured bastards. This is a staple. It's a staple food for our friends in the South and Central America. Bermuda, Bahama, come on, pretty mama. It's something I personally love. What am I cooking with? Why do I have these vegetables, Dia? And what am I cooking with them? We have carrots, jalapenos, garlic, and onion. And hi, Dia. There we go. Fugu. Fugu, we might have a slight mind meld, bud. Between the movies, the obscure movies thing, and this. So I get them all the time, and I finally just looked up how to make them, and I'm like, oh, these aren't bad at all, because I make my own, like, regular pickles. And I'm like, oh, shit, I'm going to make a bunch of these, because I eat these things. They go well with, like, everything. Yeah, they're so easy. So what we're making, everybody, is pickled jalapenos and carrots. You can get them at pretty much any Mexican restaurant. And they're awesome. But basically what you do is you saute some onions. And then you'll like get them a little translucent. You can throw in the garlic, but you keep the garlic kind of whole. Then you'll slice up the carrots You usually leave the jalapenos whole, but you'll saute those up. You usually flavor it with bay leaf. Bay leaf is a big one, and I think there's another herb, but I think I'm just going to use bay leaf in it. And then basically you then you like bring it up to the boil with some vinegar and water, and then you let that cool, and then there you go. Onion, bay leaf, garlic. Oh yeah, garlic. Mexican oregano is what I forgot. That's it. Yep. I might leave out the oregano. We'll see. But I bet, yeah, oregano would work really well in that. Just don't eat the bay leaves. Don't eat the bay leaves if you don't want to shit your brains out. It's a good idea because, you know, jalapenos actually grow pretty well here in Illinois too, Fugu. So once I have like a better ability to grow stuff, I'll probably grow jalapenos. Don't eat either. Please, God. Everybody, Ricardo is still on his siesta strike, as he's calling it now. He refuses to stop chain smoking. I don't know what to do, everybody. He won't move. He won't move. He's just sitting in the dark, chain smoking ominously. Is that a pencil made with blood? He seems disinterested with anything outside of cocaine. I'm not bringing that into this house. The blood of the earth. Red ochre? I'm surprised red ochre got that name, but red ochre was was used before cinnabar. But I also think there's some different ways that red ochre could be harvested that maybe link to that name better. Interesting. Because you know, Fugu, red ochre was used in cave paintings. Did you know? And red ochre was actually one of the prized ochres by early Aboriginal tribes and stuff like that, more so than the yellow, orangey varieties. Yeah. So, like, Fugu, do you know the, I believe it's the Maasai tribe in Africa? They've gotten some, like, I'll say modern media coverage, you know, through various shows, but they paint their skin red. That is with red ochre. But red ochre at times can also contain can contain mercury. And so some of the more prized red ochre back in the day had mercury content because the mercury would cause it to shine and glisten more. So it would make it like more appealing for a lot of their uses as basically like a pigment and like, you know. Do you, Sarah? You really should not be eating mercury right now. With you being in Florida and all. Hi, Todd. And hi, Sarah. How you doing? Hi, Catherine. Fuck her. Todd, you raggedy bastard. Down in the cuckoo moon. Do, 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 do. I think that blue's almost out. I think this is Phthalo. It actually doesn't look like it from the outside. Will I be able to tell? I think this is phthalo. It's a terrible combo, Sarah. Terrible combo for your energy. Florida is one of the states I wouldn't... It's one of my top 5 states of never wanting to live in. I mean, I'd still rather be in Florida than like Mississippi or Alabama or Arkansas. And then like, it's kind of a toss-up between like Oklahoma, Kansas, Kentucky, and Florida. Well, it's just so fucking hot. The culture, the backwards ass culture. Yeah. Yep, red states. I'd say that's a big argument for moving to Texas though, or Georgia, where you could help cement their kind of flip. But I would still hate the weather in both those. Yeah, one second. I'm hearing something from downstairs that I want to make sure it's nothing bad. Vermont, it seems cool. You know, Dia's from Vermont, everybody. Hey, everybody, I gotta go check something downstairs. It sounds like there's like a water drip that I need to check on. I'll be back. I think I'm fine. I ran my dishwasher, and I think because my ceilings are so high, the sounds of the dishwasher made it sound worse than it was. Don't riot! I'm back! Oh, I forgot to grab my water. Sons of bitches. The moment I leave, everybody just takes a shit on everything. Don't you violin me. Okay. Missouri, Texas, Indiana. Yeah. Thank you, Dia. Thank you. I always trust you. One state that I really think is a good place to live overall is Wisconsin. I lived in Iowa for a year, Illinois, and Wisconsin. That's where I've had permanent residency. That's a lot, Sarah. I'll try not to. But I lived in Milwaukee. My first year of college was in Pella, Iowa at Central College, Sarah. 1 year. And then I transferred to Marquette. In Milwaukee. Yep. Town of 10,000. But fairly like well off rural town because Pella Windows is based out of there. Oh, nice, Sarah. Marquette was really cool. Like Milwaukee, I was very happy with Milwaukee. And if I had money, I would probably live in Milwaukee.
Fire the nuclear weapons.
Oh my god, a raid! Oh my god. Abandoned funeral. What do I owe this pleasure?
Oh my god.
Hi, Rochburns. Get in here. Welcome in, bud. What were you working on? What were you doing? Give us those sweet, delicious links. You're doing watercolor? Ooh, good. Are you aware of the badly made watercolors? Are you aware of badly made watercolors? They make your wiener huge. And eating a taco? Nice. Well, give us those links or else. They're tough, Fugu. I suck with them too. There you go. You can kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Get your set of badly made watercolors today. Hi, Pickles. Thank you. You will not regret it. 14 inches per use. You're going to need to buy a wheelbarrow. Or a set of, like, straps. Yes, Jamboree. Jamboree needs their point for first. Thank you, Pickles. How are you? And by the way, everybody, because of Pickles, I might have to retire from painting soon. All right? We might be doing the last paintings I ever do soon. Hot damn, Drez. Because of Pickles, I might have to retire from painting. Pickles has shown me what my true calling is. Pickles has shown me the way. Stop celebrating! Have fun, Drez. Stop celebrating! It's heavy, isn't it, Fugu? Let's take a look, Abandon. Oh, nice. That's really good. That taco's amazing. Oh, and hey, look, a drawing. Oh, that drawing's really good, but I can't take my eyes off of that taco. I can't take my eyes off of that taco. The taco's a whip? Makes sense. Well done, though, Funeral. Well done. So yeah, Pickles sent me a video about ancient Japan and how they had a bunch of paintings showing off a fart battles. Fart battles. The video's in the Midnight Society for Midnight Society members. And yeah, I think I'd be the best to ever do it. I'm gonna write a manga on my fart battling journey while I do it, and you know, I think that's just what I have to do, everybody. Pickle showed me the way. Oh, that's really cool, funeral. Well done, bud. Really cool. I love those old plague masks and those like in the stylistically it works very well. So yeah, if anybody wants to see what I'm gonna probably be retiring from painting to do, Pickles just posted a link. So, you know, everybody, you have to get your supplies now because there's a good chance I stopped doing it for fart battling. How could I continue to paint when I know fart battling is a thing? How? Exactly, Lost. How you doing, bud? How could I continue to paint when fart battles exist, knowing that I'm a prodigy? Chillin'. I've already contacted, what was it, Ortega and La Preferida. I sent them several emails and called. I've also sent them videos of me fart battling the air and winning, of course. Down in Kokomo. What'd you just post, Lost?
Because I'm not afraid. Like that time I out-farted Michael Moore.
Oh yeah, I've seen this. I've seen that. I'd beat both of them. Exactly, Jamboree. You know, I have to practice, obviously. Down in Kokomo. Getting this paint out is a real pain in my assholes. So who wants bathwater soap? Don't you go on my turf, Todd. You know I sell my bathwater. Get off my turf. Alright? Or you might get a visit from Dia's goons. Dia, you see that? We need to send Sydney Sweeney a cease and desist. I thought Sydney Sweeney was making big money from movies. Are they not? Isn't she some type of asshole too, by the way? Isn't she like catering to incels or something? Well, I guess selling your bathwater too. Exactly, Pickles. I thought she had some really bad takes recently. What was Immaculate? Is that about the Immaculate Conception? Is that what it is about? Gotcha. Or she's trying to do the Gwyneth Paltrow horse shit of selling stickers for $50. Huh. See, I don't know much about her. I thought I heard though that she was like, I'll say, had some bad political takes. No. Gotcha. Let's hope this is Phthalo and not Ultramarine, but I think, see, now I think that's Ultramarine. I think that is... Well, we're going to leave that there. Yeah, gotcha. I just have nothing to judge it on, Fugu. That aspect, I should say. I'm just gonna let him... Do I got blue on me all of a sudden? Because suddenly my... Okay. Yeah, okay. Alright, so our palette is for today, everybody. Alright. Very controversial. Something that will shake the world up. Very unique, okay? No one else does this. Because I am the best, okay? And I have no ego. Alright. Titanium white, lead white, bismuth vanadate yellow medium, pyro scarlet, ultramarine blue, bismuth vanadate yellow lemon, quinacridone magenta, phthalo blue, and burnt umber. Ah, gotcha. Gotcha, Pickles. That's true. That's very true, Shasta. And then we're just going to get out our oleo gel. Now... I'm used to doing this early because of the last 4 sessions. Okay. Exactly, Fugu. That's what I bring to the table here. All right, everybody. How many tries? How many tries? How many tries will it take me to open up this child lock? 17 from Funeral, 2 from Shasta, 1 from Catherine, 1 from Fugu, 2 from Lost Traveling, 2 from Jamboree. Needs to be an integer, Todd. Pi is not a suitable answer. 3 from It's Mama Funk. Ye have little faith. Remember how strong I am. 3. Is that 3 factorial? So 6? Was that 3 factorial or 31? Yeah, it's factorial. Okay. 6 from Todd. Yeah, so it's 6. All right, 6 from Todd. I know, well, it's also had some time to dry here, but remember, Mama Funk, I am really strong and masculine and toxic. So if I don't do this in 1, I mean, I don't know how ever, I don't know how my ego will ever recover. My toxic masculinity. It's true. That's true. All right. Let's get our Super Nintendo Power Grip. Okay. All right. That's very true, Mama Funk. Very possibly shots. All right. We have our Super Nintendo Power Grip. And then, like a toxic man, we go, 1, 2, 3, go! Oh, fuck. Nope. 1s are out. 1s are out. That thing might be on there, everybody. 1s are out. Jesus Christ. Okay. Dio, I'll accept the late 2 from you, Dio.
This guy stinks!
I don't stink. All right. 1, 2, 3, go! Oh, we got it. Oh, it almost slipped. We got it in 2. We got it in 2. It did slip initially, but then with my strength, my manly strength, I was able to get it.
Nice.
The 2s have it. The 2s have it, everybody. Oh! That's right, Mama Funk. You were wrong. You were wrong, Mama Funk. No, it's I give it a good try. A slip can happen. But I know when a try is a try. So who? Jamboree had 2. Shasta lost. Rhyme on air. Thank you for the follow. Dia. Get your blood points, everybody. Okay. All right. So now the real question is, everybody, I was talking about doing some things with this painting. No, we don't round up to 17. You made that choice, Funeral. You made that choice. Ooh. Could that make him... I'm trying to think of more ways to make it interesting. I'll have to think about that. Fair enough, Funeral. Fair enough. Okay. So, for additional challenges or interpretation, everybody. So things we can do. I don't want to put an overall time limit on a painting like this, but do we want to... I have a couple ideas that we could limit myself on this painting, okay? So let's do a choice between 3. No, not stroke count, but something related to brush strokes. All right, so we could either just do it how I normally do this, okay? Nope, Sashi, we're actually, this is, you actually got here in a perfect time. We're gonna talk about a restriction for this painting, okay? Hi, Sashi. So, we can either do this normal, okay? paint it badly normally. The other option would be I can only make linear, like square strokes. So what I mean by that is if I were like to make a brush stroke, I can only move linearly down with the brush stroke. I can't move side to side. I can't do like a linear, like I can't like use the, I have to use like, I have to do like square brush strokes, and I can't like blend. I just have to do like that, okay? That's an option. And then the other option I was thinking of is one brush for the entire thing. One large brush for the entire thing. What are we thinking? I'm so hungry, I could eat at Arby's. One brush for Maddie. Might be this one. Sounds too limiting. But I could use multiple brushes for that, Jamboree. Okay. Should we do a poll? That's part of the challenge, everybody. It's part of the challenge. Well, I'll say this, everybody. You guys can choose the one brush too. I'll give you a choice of, I'll give a choice of 3 different brushes, okay? And if we do one brush, you can also choose the brush. Do we want to do it like that? Show me. Oh my God. How do I create a poll? All right. How do I open up a setup menu? Okay, here we go. All right. How to paint today. Normal. One brush, but you choose brush, and then linear brush strokes only. Oh. Cancel. No additional votes. Duration 3 minutes. All right. There you go. Everybody vote. Everybody vote. I don't have any short-handled brushes. Oh, linear. I will accept whatever you all choose. No finger paintings. Make your cases in chat, everybody. Remember, nobody wants normal. Okay. Choose. If anybody votes in YouTube, I will count. I'll have to count your votes separately. They do, Sashi. They do. They're all sadomasochistic. Is sado yourself, or just masochistic? Masochistic is towards everybody, right? Jesus Christ, a goddamn tie. What is this? Vote, damn you. Vote. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet. I'm not gonna break this tie. Well, I will have to break the tie. Of course I'm judging you, Pickles. Shasta, be careful. You don't know where these brushes have been. We have any other votes, everybody? Any other votes? That was surprisingly... I thought that... It sounded like from chat messaging that one brush would run away with it. Remember, you guys can choose the one brush.
Tonight, you...
Jesus Christ, Pickles. Jesus Christ. Anyone else here to vote? Only like 40-ish seconds left, I think. Anyone? Looks like we're gonna have a tie, everybody. So that's my choice between those two? Don't you laugh at me! Yeah. So I just gotta do one of those? Okay, wait. So actually, Dia might be right. I did eliminate the pay to vote option. That's true. Actually, Dia makes a good point. Okay. All right, we're doing both, everybody. We're doing both. Okay. Let me get out brushes for you to choose. Of course it would be a fucking tie. Sons of bitches. That be... I need to clean that one. See, the problem is I can't really go that small with this. Okay. Okay. We're gonna do I have to do another poll? All right, we're doing another poll, everybody. Which brush? Smallest, middlest, largest. Oh, fuck. Okay, vote on the brush. Smallest, middlest, largest. That's the only brushes we're considering for this. That's the only brush. These are the only brushes we're considering for this. Ron, you want largest? All right, I'll vote for you, Ron. How you doing, Ron? I know, Ron. I could tell. I could tell you have the bloodlust. Any other votes? Smallest is running away with this, everybody. Smallest is running away with this. Smallest will have some annoying things, though, too, everybody. I mean, the easiest one to use in this context is the smallest. Any other votes? Any others? She. I mean, I'm a size queen too, Maddie. I mean, this is so itsy bitsy. It is. I do find it interesting when I watch painters paint how many of them use really small brushes all the time. I don't like it. I don't like it. Okay. It looks like smallest has it, everybody. Alright, one brush the entire time. One brush to rule them all. And in the darkness bind them. Tell them to stop it. Hey, they voted for this, Ron. How you use it. We all know that's a lie, Sashi. We all know that's a lie. All right, smallest wins. All right. All right, everybody. 20 inches by 16. This is 20 by 16. And let us begin. It could be so. All right. So once again, for anybody who was listening, I can only make brush strokes that are linear. So no back and forth. I can't turn the brush and like, you know, do lines like that. It just has to be a brush stroke like, you know, this. And I can only use this entire brush the entire time. Oh. No, so like if I wanted to go upwards or like to the side, I can, but it has to be so like if I wanted to do this, I can, but it just has to be linear like that. I mean, who doesn't like One Direction, R.I.P.D. Those were for center lines, Ron. Those were for center lines. Damn it, Ron. And these brush strokes, you know, we're just demonstrating anyways. So. All right. Hi, Jane. I missed center. I did, didn't I? Sitting at an angle, I think. That's probably... Or it's in between there. Doesn't really need to be that exact. All right. Shall we begin? Jane in 2 spots simultaneously. So I create this with two 90-degree angles. with the floss for my center for like a basic grid. This is the same aspect ratio as my canvas, hence the blue tape. So this is a 4" by 5" is what I set it to, which matches the same aspect ratio as this. So when I look at my still life I have set up over here, I could place things a lot easier than doing it by eye. So here, I have this set up right here. Shut up! Shut up, Maddie. And I'll just look at this through that. And figure out where I want to put shit. And it's good to usually pick some anchor points that you can, when you're looking through this, where you could like kind of put stuff in the same spot every time reliably, so you're not constantly changing what you're looking at. Should we start off with the greens, maybe? Heckle him. Don't you heckle me! Stop it. Tee-hee! Okay, now you've really done it. That's true. Well, Jane's usually in Twitch. And if any of you people on Twitch are not subbed to my YouTube, Lord, I need the help, okay? All right? I am a desperate, broken man, okay? So I need this. Hi, Martin. Nice to see you too, Martin. I appreciate your enthusiasm, bud. Okay? I'm a sad, desperate, broken man. Okay? I need this. I need the YouTube, everybody. In the arms of an angel. Just imagine that was playing in the background while I say that. Unsubscribes. God damn it. Okay, just remember those sad commercials that used to come on late at night. Exactly. All right, let's begin. Okay, so no side to side linear motion. In the arms of an... In the arms of an angel. So thank you everybody for trying to make me as miserable as possible. I know you all colluded to tie. I know this, okay? I know you're all sons of bitches. But I think this exercise might help me. We'll see. All right, I have to be very contemplative about my brush strokes. Wasn't very linear, but I'll make sure to not. Contemplative? Is that your mom's name? Oh, gotcha. Maddie, you're a son of a bitch. All right? Clearly. Maddie, you'd be like my first pick in the son of a bitch draft. In the arms of an angel. I don't. I'm super cool. I'm super cool. Don't you crickets me. I'm clearly the coolest person in this room right now. Okay. All right, now I'm just being let. Am I just am I just here to be mocked? Ridiculed?
Move this man!
Okay. Things are going off the rails.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
I am being repressed. I think that color is just way off, huh?
Stop whining.
I'm not whining.
Badly.
Thea. We know this. I'm not a nerd. We know this. Too dark? I don't know if that's too dark or not. Too high. I am one of the coolest types around. Wait, are you saying nerds are one of the coolest? Where is Nick a nerd poll? Hi, Amizu. Well, iShark, I spent all night threatening your your professors and teachers, okay? So you passed, okay? I can guarantee that. Where's the beef? I really don't buy a lot of beef, everybody. I mainly eat pork and chicken. I buy groceries like it's a goddamn, like that one song from Mulan. Except without the beef, I guess. Fish? No, I don't buy. I'm in the Midwest, Omizu. I don't trust fish I buy from grocery stores. Every time I have is just old and well past its best, like, not best by, but like, basically it's like either like salmon from Costco or frozen shrimp. But I don't do that often. So for anyone who wasn't here, we are doing a challenge today. Because my chat is full of a-holes. We're using one brush and only linear brush strokes. Yeah, if I lived on the coast, I'd get fish all the time. Excuse you. I said full of assholes, not all of them are assholes. Yeah, I said we. Everyone in here is doing the challenges. All right, everybody paints along with me, right? Excuse you can. Pickles, you are not. You are one of the sweet little angels. So, why does that... I'm having quite a bit of a interesting... You'll bring honor to us all. You finished 10 minutes ago? Nice, Ron. What were you working on? I actually do know that you do, Maddie. While you were asleep. C. You'll bring honor to us all. Ooh, wrong thing. Whatever. I almost twirled, everybody. You sleeping on me, Ron? No sleeping. I'm trying, Shasta. Catnap? Did HR approve your catnap, Ron? Did YouTube HR approve? I know we have those sleep pods. I caught myself, Shasta. I caught myself. I know, but well, HR still needs to approve your catnaps. I wonder if that's the white fucked that up too much. That was probably too red as well. Maybe a smidge of blue. Try that. I see, Ron. Ron, this stream is very corporate. Very corporate. Obviously. The HR department is full of killers here. Don't get on HR's bad side. You'll bring honor to us. Angle. HR lied to you. HR lied to you. It's not in the budget. It's not in the budget. We can only afford the Lean Cuisine pizza and 2 liters of RC Cola. The only bonus I can give on pizza parties is the additional 2 liter of RC Cola. That's all I can give. And you're gonna have to bring them. You're gonna have to bring them, Maddie. That's on Zima, Dia. That's on Zima. I literally went to a store like an asshole and asked if they had Zima. Sponsored by Denny's and Zima. Yep, and AutoZone. And AutoZone. D-Wipes. Honey. Mr. Beast. Badly Made Paint, yep. But I heard they might drop me, Dia. I've heard some rumors that Badly Made Paint might drop me. They say you have brought us no sales, and you're useless to us. Their words. I wouldn't. That's true, Pickles. That's true. Earl Grey tea. Yeah, so should I try and get that Lipton sponsorship, Amizu? Ancestors. Why is that so dark? Does kind of work there, though. Interesting. Sorry, that one line from that song, the ancestors line is just... It's just in there. Tea and soup. I think I gotta fix that. Oh. This should be sick. No, this is gonna be done tonight. It'll be done tonight, Amizu. Liar. I'm not a liar. When have I ever lied? I've never told a lie in my life. And you could take that to the bank. Not the bank of lies, but the bank. Leave that at your grave. Oh my god, is that a threat? Those waves are a weird consequence of with the liar. Is it Hermes? No, it's the hedonistic fuck. Who's the hedonistic fuck? It is Hermes? Yeah, but who is the hedonistic guy? You think that's a compliment? What's his name again? Dionysus, yeah. The god of thine. And banging. The god of parting, yeah. Frenzy too? I didn't know that. You think so? Just because of how linear they are, Dia? Is that what you're telling me? Yeah. He invented Zima. So I owe my future sponsorships to Dionysus, is what you're telling me. Well, I'll tell you this, Dia. I'll enjoy it all. I'll enjoy it all, dear. Just because something's difficult. Don't mean this is not fun to paint. Him. Well, they didn't really have malted beverage. I mean, they did have beer. I did learn that Romans had beer. But I think so wine was like the rich person's drink, and beer became the the poor person's drink. Well, I guess middle class. For some reason, on my YouTube Shorts feed, I get these Roman reenactors, and you learn bits and pieces about it. And they actually talked about beer in one of them. Bacchus is Roman. Yeah. No, the question why I brought up the Romans is that who brought up Dia, right? The Dia. Yeah, Dionysus is more with wine than malt. Yeah, no, I guess I made the Roman connection. Never mind. I don't know if the Greeks had beer then. I don't know if the Greeks had beer. Chewbacca was Bigfoot. Haven't heard that one. You bring honor to us. Yeah, I mean, mead requires it usually requires honey because of the sugar content. Yeah. Fermented grain. Well, the Greeks did have bread. Bread was like yeast. Yeast was basically discovered by the Egyptians. or at least the anecdote that I've heard, would imply that. And the Egyptians were around prior to the Greeks. I mean, that's how it always starts, Ron. Somebody just did it. They either got sick, died, or enjoyed it and lived, right? And then people tried it again. You know, that's why some of the anecdotes, like they thought tomatoes were poisonous because the vines would make people very sick. No worries, Ron. There's a fun YouTube channel of a guy who makes mead out of it, like anything. He did like a Mountain Dew mead, but he does a lot of fruits with it. That one's pretty fun. If you had interest in doing that type of stuff at home. But mead seemed pretty easy. What do you mean, Jane? Like, where do I have the lights? What type of lights? Would you mind clarifying for me? I have no idea. What are you talking about, Casey? Looks yummy. Well, we have it right. Meow. For the canvas and the palette. Okay. So that's what I have for my lighting. That's light going through polarized film. to reduce glare, and I have a ND filter on my camera right now. And then on my palette here, I just have a ring light. So the ring light is set to neutral. It is an issue though. I have some inconsistency with the light here that is hitting my canvas a bit. But you're also seeing the differences of cameras, because this camera shows color different than this camera. But right now, so this ND filter reduces glare because so see how if I rotate, see how the glare gets worse, and then when I rotate it at a certain amount, it gets rid of it. All right, here. I can show you right here. So I got these tube lights. See that light in here? And this is the box they came in. So I cut out the bottom of a box, and then I put, this is polarizing film that I taped to this other side, and then I have them plugged in. I put a electric strip on my wall over here, plugging all that in, and then it's hanging up from up above off of chains. So that's if I didn't care about the glare for video, I would take off the polarizing film, because it does reduce like the lumens, like it makes it significantly dimmer. So I'd use 2 of them, but if I had none, one of those would be more than enough. Candlelight is way too warm, Omizu. This lighting box that I have up here, Dia. It's attached to chains that I put into these like rafters in my wall. Hi, Sophie. Welcome in. Son of a bitch! I know. Well, I have the industrial hooks for, for other things in the walls, but like I said before, earlier in the stream, I needed like architects and engineer approval for those. But this is just for like, £5. And you'll bring honor to... You son of a bitch, Anonymous. Who are you? Who are you, Anonymous? Yeah, candlelight sucks to paint by, Omizu. That's why there's a lot of talks of painting by natural light, because old-time painters needed studios with natural light, unless it was a design, like one example where it wasn't like that, I know Rembrandt's studio, he would like kind of paint in the dark under candlelight. Or he had a serious lack of natural life. Who are you, Anonymous? Don't thank Anonymous, Casey, until they reveal thyself. Thank you, Maddie. We're gonna have to find this Anonymous. This Hieronymus Anonymous. Rembrandt kind of did that. I know, you're terrifying, Sophie. You're terrifying. You scare me. I'm uncomfortable right now. Yeah, so these are... Son of a bitch, Sophie. Back to back. You're out already. You're out of murders already. My artists want natural light. I would think consistent indoor light would be preferred. Well, so, all right. So Ron touched on this. So Dia, you know, lighting has different color, okay?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
I don't stink. So for example, okay, I could change my ring light. So everybody look at my palette right now. Everybody look at my, no, not yet. No. Everybody look at my palette right now, okay? So now this is warm lighting, okay? So this light is more orange, okay? So it will change how everything looks, okay? Now this is the colder light, so it's more blue, okay? And then this is the halfway, where it doesn't lean the colors that you see in a different direction and skew how you see the colors, okay? So the rating that color of light is measured in is in Kelvin, which is actually a temperature or an energy measurement in physics. But regardless, they use it for lighting. So the color of the light. So you could find, if you go on Amazon and look at light bulbs, hi Suz, if you go on light bulbs, you'll see like a 3800K or a 3500K or a 5000K. That's actually referencing the color of the light, okay, that you are buying. So artists, if you're painting in an indoor studio, pretty exclusively want to be, I will not, want to be around that 5000K mark because you see color the most accurately. So these lights I bought up here, the light I have on my still life, and this light are all in that 5000K range, okay? Otherwise, I will not be seeing color as accurately, okay? So you especially want the light hitting what you're painting and the painting here, or the your palette here, to be under neutral light. Okay, for your reference, it's not as, you know, because you can get more different with your references and change the color. I currently have it under natural or a neutral color light, just because that's what stylistically what I want. Okay, so keep in mind 5000K if you are painting something or drawing something. You want it under neutral light because that replicates sunlight, which is very neutral. What do I do with my extra palette paint? Save them, mix them, and prime a canvas? I throw them out, Casey. I throw them out. All right, anybody have any questions about that? Yeah. I throw them out after every stream. Why? All right. You want to get into this, Casey? All right. How does paint dry, Casey? What happens when paint dries? Slowly? No. I'm talking technically. What happens? What causes paint to become dry to the touch? They might, Omizu. They might. I get bored. Nope. No evaporation happens at all. Nope. No loss of moisture either. Air, yep. So the air oxidizes the oil. And it goes through a process called polymerization, where oxygen gets absorbed into the oil and forms a film. Okay? So actually, your paint gets heavier the more it's exposed to air. Okay? So why does this matter with me saving my paints? Basically, when your paint is exposed to air, it starts oxidizing and going through polymerization immediately. Okay? If you are painting with now there's no way to really stop it once exposed to air. So some people might expose paint, or might put cover the paint and then put it in the freezer. They might do things like that. Well, there are issues with that. Okay, putting it in a freezer will actually create condensation in the paint, and it will actually have like, you know, a higher amount of water exposure, and you don't want water in with your oils, but it is still continuing to dry. It won't stop the drying completely, right? This is why we can't put paint into jars. Why don't we see paint in jars or tubs? Well, because there's actually quite a bit of oxygen in there, and it will start to dry the top layers. And you do not want to paint with semi-dried paint. Okay? I have several pigments here that are fairly quick drying. Lead white, if I do an 8-hour session and I have thinner areas, some of those areas are basically almost dry to the touch sometimes. Okay? Burnt umber is a fairly quick drying pigment. Pyrols are fairly quick drying pigments. I think I have Dia, but I will. And so what? Yeah, see, Ron, I don't like that risk. I understand people do it. I don't like the risk. So what are the risks with painting with semi-dried paint? Well, the big one is adhesion. Semi-dried paint has a more risky adhesion to previous layers of paint. Okay? What does it mean to not have adhesion? Well, basically that means is that paint could flake off. Or they call it delaminate from the previous layer. And that's something I'd rather not risk. I'd rather just use a fresh batch of paint for my tubes every time. I understand it's a cost, but that's something I have made peace with, and understanding that that's how I consider to be a best practice while painting. In time, Foxman. In time. So, Casey, that's why I don't do that. Because also, mind you, a lot of people use weird, like, not weird mediums, but mediums that also affect this. I don't want peace. Peace was never an option, Ron. So, like, if you use liquid, do you know what's in liquid, Casey? I have not. Casey. Because I've kind of always painted like this. Liquid is a medium that is commonly used, and it actually contains resin. I do not advise to paint with any medium that contains resins. Do you know why I would does anyone know why I wouldn't recommend using resins in any of your paints or your mediums? Resin can commonly be used as a filler, an extender, or a medium, and or a dryer. Tell us, Ron. I will. No, resins don't fuck with the brushes. Sophie, if you go to the Discord, I could post it somewhere where you could reuse it if you'd like, the photo. So the biggest issue with resins is, reminds you of all these coffee tables and resin. No, not that. Possibly, Casey, but you never know what's in it. All right, the issue with resin is that it's solvent soluble. Solvent soluble. So why is that an issue? So if you have resin mixed in with your paints, okay, and you varnish it, okay, so there are two issues, okay. One, resin is not as durable as oil over a longer period, so the resin will deteriorate quicker and yellows quicker than oil, and can lead to an unstable film layer, oil film layer. Secondarily, if they try to conserve your painting, they remove the varnish using solvents. And if you have resin within your paints and they use solvents over that painting to conserve it, they could remove the resin within the oil film, massively increasing the risk of delamination let them try. That's fine, Ron. You are not Emmy Hay. Not yet. But we're going to have to send you to HR. There's also the late fee, yep. The late fee of $2 million. So, yeah. So, what does this mean? I have not found a reason to need or require resins for any part of painting. I have not. I have not found an adequate reason to use resins. I don't consider it to be best practices to incorporate resins into my paints, into my mediums. The only thing I use resins for are for varnishes. That's it. All right, how am I going to get the Discord over here? All right. Sophie, if you're in my Discord, I posted the photo in general discussion, okay? It's all right, Casey. Do you use oil or oleo gel? I use both, Jane. First layer is just oil. This is oil. This little tub that I have struggle opening all the time is filled with regular linseed oil. So this layer is mixing with regular oil. On subsequent layers, I use oleo gel, but I try to use less medium in total. So this first layer has the highest amount of medium that I use, but I still try and keep it to around, at most, 20%. 20% of volume. Anything more than that can lead to issues. Okay? Y'all get me? So, GAMPs, I am an anti-solvent painter, Jane. I don't recommend using solvents ever. But if you do use Gamsol, I would highly recommend mixing, or a solvent, mixing in stand oil. Yes. Gamsol, mineral spirits, turpentine, and spike oil are all solvents. So if you do use solvents, I highly recommend, if or whenever you use a solvent, you mix in stand oil. Stand oil specifically. Do you know why, Jane? Do you know why? Why is that? All right, we got one question. Nope. Not at all. Make it smell better? Nope. Gamsol is pretty much odorless. To keep a fat layer? No. Not that. It's not that either. So, what does a solvent do? Solvent is an oil disperses oil. It'll separate the oil molecules. Okay? For a paint layer to dry properly, you need enough oil around the pigment to brine properly to get a proper healthy film. Okay. So the surfaces that we paint on, primers, gessos, things along those lines, are porous. They're porous. Okay. So what happens when you use solvents with oil paint is it separates the oil molecules, and instead of them being clumped up like they generally are, they'll split apart and they can go into the pores of the surface of the primer and gesso. So what does that do? Well, suddenly your paint does not have enough oil to dry properly. You might have heard of a phenomenon called sinking in. Sinking in is where you get like a matte finish, and that basically means that you have dried pigment exposed to the air, okay, and not bound properly in oil because the oil has sunken into the primer or base layer of your painting. Okay, so why do I recommend stand oil? Well, stand oil is oil that the polymerization and oxidation process was started on, that makes the oil molecules bigger. So stand oil molecules are larger than regular oil, and they don't go into the pores as well or as often or as much because the particles are bigger. You were going to say that? Dia, you've heard it before, I bet. Does this make sense? Good. You're welcome, Casey. I am of the opinion that there is nothing that you need solvent for when painting. I don't wash my brushes in solvent. It is not a part of, like, you know, practical painting techniques. There are safety concerns with it. So many things. So I'm of the opinion to say, fuck it, don't use it. I'm just going to use linseed oil. Well, because it's just like an old classical thing. I mean, how many times, Maddie, have you heard that? Like, I've heard this probably at least a dozen times. This is not embellishing, saying an older painter did it, so it's good enough for me. Which is horseshit logic. Horseshit logic. Don't assume that any painter knows technically what's going on. Don't even assume it from me. Verify it yourself. Well, I don't clean up my brushes like that. I also am wary of having soap touch brushes. I am actually wary of that, Casey. I don't clean my brushes. I haven't cleaned my brushes pretty much from the get-go. I keep my brushes in a jar of oil. I don't clean them. This is a jar of oil. No. I mean, I wouldn't really bother me if the brush... This brush is, you know, a couple years old. If it warped, it's minuscule. I mean, I don't buy the cheapest brushes, Adia, but I don't recommend spending significant money on them. High opinion. Welcome in. So you may be asking yourself, like, well, hey, your brushes are dirty. How do you paint with colors? Just the bristle ones, All right, good, Pinion. You are late, though, so HR is going to have a talk with you. You are late, though, so, you know, that's HR's department. I know. No, I mean, if you do clean your brushes, I do recommend cleaning them in oil. No, not really, just as long as they're bristle. All right, good, Dia. So how do I use colors in between? Like, why don't I clean my brushes in between use? Well, Casey, do you want to know? Do you really want to know? This is gonna uproot the entire painting community, everybody. I'm gonna tell you something that the painting community doesn't want you to know. This is a terrible secret, everybody. A terrible, awful secret. Do you really want to know? You should be scared, Jane. This is terrifying. I might be assassinated for this. I might be assassinating for showing you all how to get clean colors on your brush. All right? This is dangerous to know. So let's say I wanted my brush to be full of this red, or I wanted to paint with this red. Let's just say I wanted this red. All you have to do is take a little bit of this red, work it through your brush, wipe it off, go again, work it through your brush, wipe it off, and there you go. You got a brush full of red paint that won't discolor. Yeah, it's better for the bristles too to clean with oil. That's why we cleaned it out with the color itself. I washed the brush in the color I was going to use, Foxman. You wash the brush with, if you really need that clean color. If you really need that clean color. Jesus Christ, Sophie. Settle down. You're not the first. So instead of cleaning it with oil, wiping it all off every single fucking time and taking your time, you could clean your brush in your next color. That's it, everybody. That's it. Settle down! That's it, everybody. Yep, Jane, that's it. And at the end of the day, I put it in a jar of oil. That's it. Nothing else. They will, Foxman. A jar of oil. I don't know if you saw this, Emmy, but this is a mason jar. This is where I keep my brushes, everybody. You're welcome, Sophie. On this episode of Teaching with Badly. It's the same exact thing, Jane. It's the same. It really is the same exact thing. Titanium white is actually one of the easiest colors to do it with because titanium white is such a strong pigment. So, give me your questions. I feel like answering questions. I will answer anything. But see, what I usually do is I just use what's on my brush to mix my next color. Because no color is almost pure one of these, so it doesn't really matter anyways. Because I'm also of the opinion that the exact color you have doesn't really matter that much. I mean, Jane, you can make the same argument by cleaning your brushes every time. Right? You're wasting the paint that was in your brush. If I just go to the next color and mix it, I'm not wasting anything. How do I paint as well as you? All right, here. Long answer, Casey. First, you have to become a clinically diagnosed paint pervert. Okay? So you have to prove to the experts that you are a legitimate. I'm class 1. I'm a class 1. It's out of 3,000. I'm a class 1 diagnosed paint pervert. Then you have to watch every minute and every second of my stream and all my VODs. Okay? But the paint pervert thing is pretty much, yeah. Actual advice? All right, do you want actual advice on that? What is the name of the portrait of Whistler's mother? I don't know. Isn't it just Whistler's mother? Paint as bad as I, yes, Casey. Starts VOD watching. I mean, I can give you advice. I can give advice on how I would recommend anybody to learn. Well, watching my VODs, you'll hear me state similar things. Jesus Christ, Sophie, you're out of kills. All right. I think one of the larger issues I see with people painting and learning how to paint is they are not focused on what they are trying to improve every time that they're painting, and then they make things too hard for themselves. Those are the two biggest things. Okay? Son of a bitch! God damn it, Maddie, I'm trying to talk here. For Sophie's, you fucker. Yeah. I mean that's a big one. So here's the thing, okay? Here, let's everybody. What do you think I am actively working on every time I paint? There is one specific thing. I'm telling you, there's one specific thing I've been working on for years now, for like 2 years, where this is the main thing, maybe even 3 years now, that I have been working on while I paint, where I go into every session to work on as a skill. Being a fucker? No. There is one thing that is at the top of my mind. Let me see your guesses. Color theory? Values? No, rank 1 is the top. 3,000 is the worst, Todd. It's opposite. So being a class 1 diagnosed paint pervert is the highest. Get better? Yes, but what do I consider I need to do to get better, Ron? The D. It does work on multiple levels. Paint with one eye closed. Nope. Value relationships. Nope. What can you improve on? Well, this is the thing I consider myself I need to improve the most. Harmony and composition. I don't know, just put out a guess. Think about it. Just think about it. What am I setting out to get better on? What is the main thing my focus is on and getting better? Drawing. These are all things that people work on. I think based on what I'm seeing, the answers will surprise. Just think about it. And don't even think about it. Painting bigger projects, lighting, when you're gonna eat for dinner. No, that's a never, Casey. Hyperrealism, never. I never go for hyperrealism. Color. Dia is the closest. Because some people said color theory. I'm going to reveal it now, okay? I'm going to reveal this now, okay? Before I get murdered. The thing I'm working on every time I paint is seeing color accurately. Okay? Let me repeat. Seeing color accurately. Every time. That is at the front of my mind. Why do I say this? I say this because I think, well, because I don't want it to be trial and error. So what I mean, Fox, is being able to see the color of this carrot that I have here, understanding truly what it is, mix it, and being able to apply it. And be confident that's what it is. That's it. That's the main skill I'm working on. I don't draw in my free time. I don't study anatomy. I don't do any of that. Well, I took that photo, Sophie, so people could see what I'm painting. Accurately depicting colors. What is the last name of Cleopatra? I have no clue, Ron. Leonidas, I'm guessing. So this goes back to my initial advice of making things too hard for you. Okay? You hear this advice exactly like Maddie says. Somebody says you have to work on drawing. Some people says you have to work on values. Now, mind you, my skill is interlinked with values and form. They are linked. Okay? Color is inherently linked to value. Okay? But you hear a lot of this mess of people telling you to study anatomy, to work on your drawing, to do little studies, to do this stuff, and it's very overwhelming. And I think people do this without a real purpose or understanding of what they're trying to get better at. So my biggest piece of advice of trying to get better is focus on something that is directly related. Why do I focus on color? Because I love impressionists, and I love impressionistic painting, and I find that to be the most direct relationship to the skill of painting of where I want to go to. Yeah, basically, dear. So the overarching point is understand where you want to go to. I quote and Schaff. What do you want to be? Understand the skills that you need to work on, or skill, the main skill, and beat that into the ground. I'll repeat. I have not once in the past 3 years practiced drawing. On its own. I've done some value sketches, and then I thought this was pointless because there's no color. So ultimately is why do I say make things easier for us? Yeah, paint a fucking apple and get those colors right. Do that apple 30 times until you can breathe that fucking color. And then do a green pepper, do an opposite color, and do the same thing. But do something that doesn't stress you out, because that took me a while to learn. I think a lot of people want to make this grandiose masterpiece from the get-go, and understanding that there are skills to develop, and every time you do this, you should be trying to advance that. If you think proportion is the main skill you need to work on to get to where you want to be, so be it. But if it's not, because if you're painting with color, I don't think proportion should really even be at the top 5 things, personally. And sure, you'll have paintings that suck because the proportion's out of whack. That doesn't mean that that's what you need to work on. Cleopatra the 7th, Thea Philippate. Pillow pager. Careful with those perverts, Sophie. Jesus. Does anybody have any more questions regarding that? No. So cool, Todd. Just work on starting projects for the aggressive lesson in oils. Was that aggressive? And for anybody who doesn't know, we're doing a challenge today. We're doing this entire painting with one brush and linear brush strokes, everybody. And linear brush strokes. It's the only that's the only thing we're allowed to do. That's fine, Emmy. Not a contest. I am always going to recommend doing what you enjoy versus doing what you necessarily think you should be doing. Well, it does sound aggressive because I speak authoritatively and I truly well, these are things that bother me when I see art content online, Casey, where you got a lot of people who are giving advice and their advice runs counter to the benefit of the people watching it constantly. Of course. So, J-Umer, that's why I said I want to paint like impressionists, and color is what I think the epitome of is, right? If you want to do figurative art, you have to figure out what's the skill that gets you to where you want to be. So I'm not saying color works for everything. Of course, color doesn't work for a hyper-realist. They have methodology for getting accurate color. They don't necessarily need to see color accurately. They just need to match the color that is there from the photograph they're working from. Right? But like a surrealist or a I don't know, an abstract painter, they have different priorities. They don't. So somebody who's doing imaginative abstract art does not need to see color accurately. They don't. They don't at all. But they have to figure out what they need to work on as part of the skill to get them to where they want to be. Does that make sense? So in my context, I say seeing color accurately is the most important skill that I could develop for myself. Good, Jane. I'm glad that helped. That's exactly why you need badly made paints, Jane. This is why everybody needs badly made paints. They'll instantly make you the best painter in the world. One other distinction too this might even rub people the wrong way, is I appreciate painting as a skill. I'm trying to be a better painter, and I separate this terminology from artist. I enjoy painting. That's what I enjoy. All right. Rant over for now. Bum bum bum. I don't draw at all, Jammer. I don't practice drawing at all. Now, I'll say this, everybody, too, to clarify something. That doesn't mean I'm not trying to get better at other things. So it's not like when I paint, I don't care about proportions. I do. I do care about proportions while I paint. But for what I'm currently trying to do, it is I don't go in here being as a forefront of what I'm trying to improve. Now, we'll discuss why it's not. You know that, Maddie. You know that the Zorn is dog shit. It's a dog shit palette. Maddie did kill me for free. Also, we're doing a challenge painting today. Yeah. Isn't that just insane, Maddie? This is like, it just misses the point on so many levels. That's the thing. Well, yeah, so we're talking about, like, a lot of people online, a big content creator thing is, like, do videos on the Zorn palette. And so Maddie was, like, talking about a video of somebody painting that she was talking about that was using the Zorn palette, but they also added, like, 2 or 3 other colors. Just nutty. Because I think it's a lot of people phrased it in such a way that it was like, Zorn palette makes things super easy, and a lot of people glom on to like the concept of something being easy. Like, I think that seems to be something that garners attention. I think the Zorn palette's miserable and very difficult. I don't think people should use it for as a tool to learn. Or at least, sorry, tool for early learning. My color's all fucked there, but regardless. It goes like, here's the thing, like, teaching yourself a shortcut or teaching yourself that, hey, these 3 paints are great for just mixing a flesh tone misses the entire point. Like, remember I told you my main skill I'm learning is to see color and to understand that, oh wait, there are no formulas for mixing a skin tone. It's just seeing the color that's on the skin and putting it there. That's it. You know, and taking an approach like that is detrimental to your understanding of how, if you really want to do this, to get yourself to that point. So how I recommend is you teach yourself to see it and then be able to mix those colors. Not teach, but like, you know, that's how I recommend. No, I don't recommend that. I mean, you can. But it's not even about matching color. So that's all right. So Todd, like getting back to like my color mixing streams. That's just part of the skill of seeing color. That's being able to apply the color, but seeing it accurately is so much more different, right, than that on its own. Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, once again, like what I said, like it all interlinks, right, with seeing color accurately, Jane? How do we see that accurately, and how do we train ourselves to do so? And the big resolution I have is it's not monolithic. It's a skill that is developed. Talent has a part on it too. But it's something you have to work towards. With fervor. Well, yeah, then you kind of have to stick with values, right? I can't attest, unfortunately, I can't really attest to that difficulty. So that would make things very difficult, though. So once again, we have a challenge today, everybody. We're painting with one brush that chat decided because they're fuckers. And I can only paint with linear brush strokes, everybody. Linear brush strokes. Because that's just great. I don't know how I'm going to do these highlights. Might cheat on those like little highlights, but we'll see. Nope, just this brush. Size 16 Colibri. Which tend to run smaller than other brands. Yeah, I've never really liked rounds. Filberts kind of annoy me too. I just like flats.
Fucker.
You're a fucker. You're the fucker, Sophie. Yeah, it's fine. I don't think that's like I don't think getting into the corners is necessarily needed. But that is a philosophic difference. That's his thing. If you work in realism, that point is fine. But if you're working impressionistically, it's just not really needed. Once again, I'm not a fan of Tischler. But I'm not a fan of hyperrealism, so. I really dislike his palette too. Watercolor is different in my opinion. I'm really just talking in the context of oils. Repeat the question. About the brushes, Pinion? Could you tell me what you'd like to expand on? Crumble cookie? That sounds good right now. When you say you dislike the palette, does that mean you dislike his way of working on, or the final result that gets that? Well, he paints hyperrealism, which I'm not into, Jomer. I think the pigments he uses on his palette are suboptimal and mediocre. Whee! So, like, he uses transparent yellow oxide. I think it's a very bad color. His philosophy ain't bad, but he's not using like lead white. He uses like some color, like he doesn't go for like super high saturation all the time, which I think is a huge mistake. But like I said, he works in hyperrealism, which is a different skill that I'm working on. But I still think even for hyperrealism, his palette is very suboptimal and not best for what he's doing. But he's a professional artist and supports himself on it. People like hyperrealism. Well then, Todd, you gotta learn a lot about materials, bud. You gotta learn a lot about materials. Hi, Disabled Gamer. How you doing? Oh, you have crumble cookies right now? I need you to send those to me, Sophie. That's not going to help you much in this context, Todd. Sorry to say. I do not accept your apology, Sophie. Not gonna do it. You come in here, murder me, say, "Oh, hey, I have crumble cookies." Sounds good. I'll call you either of those three. I can be brown, I can be blue, I can be violet, I can be purple, I can be blue. Anything you like. Gotta be free, gotta be mean. Yeah, you just gotta send me all those, Sophie. I don't even know if there's a crumble cookie by me. But I would like one. But I also don't want to pay like $6 or $7 for a cookie. Gonna be everything. No, why don't you like me? Why don't you like me? So like I said, today we're doing a challenge, everybody. We are, I could only paint in linear brush strokes, and I'm only using one brush the entire time, everybody. Because my chat hates me. And they want to see me suffer. I probably should take a break soon. Let's give it 5 to 10 more minutes so I can run another ad. Bands for points. We can do it when I get after my break. You want to do some, if people want to do trivia, we can do some trivia after break. Is that what people want? Is it? You know, I haven't learned any more, like, you know, modern bands since last time, right? I just want you to know this. Is that glare still showing up? All right. These are Frosty Blue Star. Frosty Blue Star. See? See? See if I could check the focus. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Frosty. We're doing a little bit of a painting challenge today, where I can only paint in linear brush strokes. That's all gonna move down, huh? And I can only use one brush the entire time. It really is, Dia. It really is. Random historical. Hi, Ezra. How you doing, bud? All right, random historical paint fact. I don't know. I mean, I'm just doing. You know, this is how many attempts this has taken me, so, you know, we're just coincidentally on the 666. I mean, these paintings take time, Dia. These paintings take time. Yeah, we're in the trillions. We're in the trillions. All right, what historical paint fact? Can we do? All right, we can talk about paint mediums or binders. Binders. Who wants to guess what has been used as binders in the past? Paint binders. What has been used in the past historically as paint binders? Let's just say there's a lot more than you expect. Gum. That's really gum. What are those yellow droplets? Ear boogers. People have used saliva. Cave paintings regularly use saliva. Pee? No, not necessarily pee. So what constitutes a binder? Well, like, what do you need for it to be considered a binder, everybody? Think about that. Think about that. Plaster, egg, yep. Oatmeal, no. So binders usually consist of a fluid, well, always a fluid, that basically can dry or change shape in a rigid fashion, right? So here we go. Yeah, here are some. We had egg tempera, dates back to the Egyptians. A lot of the paintings they did in their statues and coloring they did was with egg tempura. Casein, which is like a milk protein, has been used, still used. Resins, right? Gum arabic and watercolors is a resin, but other resins have been used. Hide glue and rabbit skin glue, both have been used. Saliva, cave paintings generally use saliva. Now, saliva was more about wetting the paint, or wetting the pigment in this case, but had some minor binding properties. But I wouldn't necessarily consider that a binder. What else? I mean, other types of glue has been used. Plaster, as that was mentioned. Today, you know, your house paint is made with like latex. There's acrylic and plastics, right? And so forth. But why did they change? Usually they change because of technological advancement and availability, right? So the Egyptians were working with a lot of previous knowledge and discovered a lot of these techniques, and they discovered that egg proteins did create a fairly decent and strong binder. No, animal fats do not work because animal fats are not a drying oil. Okay, so this is actually a good point to cover here. Okay, there are drying oils, which most vegetable oils are drying oils, but they have different properties based around the different types of fatty acids within them. Why does linseed oil work as well as it does for painting? Because I believe this is it's linoleic acid. Linoleic acid is the most durable fatty acid that, when it dries, is the most durable. Okay, but for example, olive oil does not dry into a good permanent film, right? Some take a long time. Sunflower, safflower oils have been used, poppy oil has been used, walnut oil has been used. But as you know, there is a plethora of vegetables that can produce oils. And the reason we don't use those is because of their properties, durability, and drying time. Okay? Similar effects with acrylics today as well. There are different acrylic formulas that provide different benefits. Okay? But basically, there are different... What's the right word? Basically, because of the technological availability and understanding of things, different things were used. So prior to the Renaissance or 1400s, a lot of inks were being made and resins were being used. That's where that dragon's blood, which is a resin, came up, because that came from the resin of from a tree in China. Okay. Then Jan van Eyck started using oils and became popular, which popularized the use of oils and pigments together in the late 1300s, early 1400s. Okay, which also carried on into the Renaissance, where oil painting, and there was obviously sculpture work, and there was also fresco, which was with plaster, was a thing. But a lot of the primary art was oil-based. However, during this time period, a lot of experimentation started, where they started using resins in combination with oil and different mixtures to chemically alter the oil to get specific effects. And that carried on all the way into the 1700s, where people were trying to figure out Renaissance techniques because of people not being able to recreate effects that Renaissance painters were able to do. Part of the issue with the lack of technological availability, and also a lot of painting was basically trade secret from workshop to workshop. Okay, but I would say more in the 1600s and 1700s, experimentations with glue, specifically hide and rabbit skin glue, because they were a part of like framing materials and canvas materials, were also used as binder. There was a famous painter in the 1800s. What was his name? Who would use oxide glue and mix pigments with his brush when he was using it. So he'd have like a double boiler with cups of or glasses full of glue, and he'd put the pigments in each of them and mix them when he was painting. What was his name? What's up, King? But there are all trade-offs, and why have the binders lasted as long, or specific binders stay in fashion, others not? Well, the main reason is oil has proven itself to be the most durable over even acrylics. Acrylics are the modern, easy to produce choice. Also massively different properties than oil, right? But acrylics are less durable. So there is a trade-off with using acrylics outside of the different properties. And then for like the different uses, right? So why don't we use oil paint on the outside of houses? Well, they used to. That's why lead paint was very common, because lead is a drying agent in oils. Okay, so it would make oil paint dry very fast, and they did use oil paints for houses back in the day. Right, so lead was actually beneficial because it was a white, which was a generic color that everybody wanted, and it dried faster. Anything else I want to discuss here? Now, anybody have any questions about what I said? Soybeans are a binder. I mean, soybean oil could be. As long as it dries. So there are oils that don't dry. Animal fats don't dry. Mineral oil doesn't dry. Right? Engine grease, or like the oils that you would use for your engine and stuff, like greases like that, are meant to not dry, and they essentially never dry. So you can't use them as a binder. Right? This is an issue with pastels. Pastels don't technically have a binder, soft pastels, mind you, because nothing dries, they stay as they are. That's true, King. Yeah, Ezra. Like, it wasn't that long ago they were still using oil-based paints for house painting. And I think it was like it was that recent till 15, 20 years ago, Ezra? They stopped using lead in what, the 80s? The 80s, was it? But they had other ways to dry pigments, and titanium white was available, but lead is very durable, and that's like I've said this before, one of the saddest things about art materials is that lead is toxic. Late 70s, early 80s, yeah. I didn't know you were a house painter. I mean, there also might be some that, you may not even realize are oil-based, Jomer, but lead, was very easy to use in those contexts. Lead white, which I have on my palette. Lead, which is lead carbonate, accelerates drying time, and it makes the oil even more durable. It makes the oil even more durable, everybody. It is one of the best pigments you can use for helping the archival nature of your paintings. It can be. John Singer Sargent is an impressionistic painter who definitely had photorealistic tendencies. But then you have somebody like Renoir, who was also impressionistic, who lacked photorealism. It varies from artist to artist. But think of Impressionism, Oxford, as a philosophy, not as a technique. Think of Impressionism as a philosophy, and that will open up your understanding of it quite a bit. Was still done with oil. Interesting. No, I would not say enhanced impressionist, because hyperrealism painting is not impressionistic painting. The philosophy is completely different. So it has nothing to do with the amount of necessarily realism you achieve. Like somebody like Kai Bot didn't really paint realistically either. But philosophically, he was aligned with the principles of... Oh, so is that this? Or is that this? That is this. Okay. Well, that's annoying. Am I gonna have to like move that somehow? So Oxford, what might be the philosophical differences between a hyper-realist painter and an impressionist? Or does anyone want to know that? Like there's a... Why do I say it's a philosophical difference? That glare. Paint Cindy Crawford? Nah. Welcome back, Sophie. I have no interest in painting Cindy Crawford. I don't want to paint from photo. Now, if Cindy Crawford comes here to model for me, and I could paint them, I would happily do it. God damn, Sophie. You're terrifying. Don't do it, Stoic. Don't you do it. Yeah, that was Ron. Thanks, bud. Hope you enjoyed. Well, I did get them the other day. So I'm going to make myself some pickled jalapenos. You flatter me. Flatterer! Flatterer! Oh, they're good. You ever get them from a Mexican restaurant, Stoic? They're very good. I buy them from stores all the time, and then it's just like I started to, well, not realize. I knew I could always make them, and I just decided I'm going to just start making them because they're not that difficult to make. Patagonia. Oh, gotcha. I'm not familiar with that brand. But canned salted anchovies, or like salt canned anchovies, are a great addition to any pantry. You can make really good pastas with it. You can make Caesar dressing. It's a flavor that you'd be surprised that you've probably had before and not realize that it was because of anchovies. We're about to take a break, everybody. Just FYI. I just want to get a couple more things done in this block-in. Don't break any of the things. Don't break my things. I feel like I've done more talking than usual today, huh? A lot of chatty Cathys today. Let's take a break. No, I'm not putting a lot of pressure on it. Like this, Emmy, because I don't hold my. Oh my God! Fuckers! Jesus!
Help! I'm being repressed!
I'm being attacked! I'm being attacked!
Help! I'm being repressed!
No, you're not! I'm being attacked!
I'm being repressed!
Jesus! Jesus! No! Oh!
Tonight.
You're a fucker! Oh! Oh!
Start in your general direction!
Just gotta ride this out, huh?
Quit playing with your dinghy.
I will not. Jesus Christ!
Fucker.
Can I come out? Oh,
I
okay,
award
nope.
you no
All right.
points. And may
Jack,
God have
oh.
mercy on your soul.
Hi, Jack. How you doing, bud? Yeah, I've been trying to take a break, but I was being attacked. Hi, Gunner. How you doing, bud? I don't stink. Hi, Lizzie. Of course, you would be a part of this.
Prank him, John.
Done been pranked. You sons of bitches. You god darn sons of bitches.
Shame!
I will not be shamed. Oh, good, Lizzie. Good for you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I noticed everybody who participated. I know. I saw everything. You were merely a pawn. Not an excuse. Just taking orders is not an excuse. All right. Nothing, of course. I'm a coward. All right, I gotta take a break though. We got ads starting. I won't, Cece, because I'll lose. I only fight fights that I can win, like jaywalkers and children. And even some of the ones against children I lose. Okay. Alright, Greenbag. What about buff jaywalkers? No, because you sneak it. Who did it? Lizzie, you raggedy bastard. You sneak attack jaywalkers as they're jaywalking. And it could be, Bo. It could be. Generally with a car, yes, Goose Rune. Generally with a car. Especially the children. Oh, that was dark. Yeah. All right, everybody. I do need to take a break. I haven't taken one yet. So everybody sit here and watch this dry, okay? You all have to sit here and watch this dry attentively while I go just walk around a little bit and maybe pee and cry and poop and snack. Okay? All right, good. All right, everybody. 5-minute break. The 5 S's. Yep. Shit, shower, shave, snack, and sob. Okay? Everybody's expected to do that and watch this dry. Emmy, what are you talking about? This TP. Never heard of it. All right. All right, everybody. 5 minutes. We'll see you then. Ads are starting in about 1:30. Never heard of toilet paper. What's that, Emmy? I'll be back. Jesus Christ! Oh my God! I know, terrifying. Let's see something. Don't you crickets me, stoic booty. Was testing something. Just need to see if something worked. All right, shall we continue? Shall we continue? No? Should we stop? Are we done? Should I just quit painting forever? All right, everybody. Well, I guess that's it for me. I wish I could say it was a good run. But, looks like I'm done with painting. Looks like I'm done painting, everybody. Forever. Yeah, bad run. Agreed, Pinion. Could have been way better. Could have been way better. So many bad decisions. Yeah. All right. Well, my next stream will be react. I'm going to react to things. So you're not going to see my face. You're just going to hear me say things about videos, but I'm not going to really say much while the video's happening. Okay. So that's what my streams are going to be in the future. Okay. Maddie told me I should stop painting forever, Emmy. So obviously the next thing to do is react content. React content. Like I'll pretend to cry during like ballady songs, and people love that. People love that stuff. Doesn't it, Pinion? Thank you. Yep. And then I'll get bored of that. Pretend to cry. Exactly. Yeah, like when I'll watch that cover of The Sound of Silence and cry during it. I was singing I was singing a lot of Mulan earlier, Emmy. Singing a lot of Mulan. The ancestors part. That one. Oh, but I don't feel those feelings, Dio. It's a good song. It's a good song, Pinion. Please bring honor to us all. Oh, God. I don't know why that one got stuck in my head today, but it did. It did. It's a great movie. It's a great movie. That song is a bit sexist, though, right? But I guess, well, Mulan in its story and in essence is just about sexism, right? More than anything. Oh, that Hellfire song? Hellfire! That song? Fantastic. Pickled jalapenos. If you don't know the Hellfire song from The Hunchback of Notre Dame, go and listen to it now. It'll change your fucking world. That they put that song in a goddamn Disney movie is wonderful. Is that what it's called? TDS, are you Hispanic? Or Mexican? Because those are jalapenos, carrots, onions, garlic. See, Latina? Yeah, I'm gonna be, I cook a lot, and I love pickled jalapenos and carrots. Love them. And so I bought a bunch of jalapenos. Yeah, that is it. So Mulan as a whole is not a sexist story. However, heavy sexist elements within it. I didn't know you were Mexican. Stoic. Exactly. Yep. Just like Flubber was not meant to be an erotic film, but it is the single most erotic film of all time. See, that's not something I've never really tried. That I don't know if I'd like, but the chili powder or jalapenos in like a sweeter drink. But I do know that that's done quite a bit. Thank you, Stoic. Honestly, pickles works. Okay, if anybody wants this cooking tip, why do pickles with anything very fatty or a high fat content works really well? Because it helps cut through the richness. The acid of pickles helps cut through richness. Why do pickles work well in a hamburger? Fatty beef, cheese. There you go, everybody. I get what you mean, TDS. So, like, there's plenty of examples all that's around. Has anyone ever had, like, shawarma or kebabs? They have a fatty meat yogurt sauce, and they'll generally put, like, pickled onions on there, or some pickles on there, because it cuts through all that horse shit. Not horse shit, but it cuts through it, adds a really great element. And another distinct flavor that works in harmony. Trust me, it works. An easy thing to make a grilled cheese really good is put pickles on it. No joke. If you make a grilled cheese with heavy cheese, put some pickles on it. Pickled whatever. Pickled onions, cucumbers, jalapenos. It'll work. Yep, TDS, agreed. Yeah, Pickles is a professional. This is Badley's cooking segment. Ask me anything about cooking. Cooking is like my second hobby, everybody. Definitely, Fugu. Definitely. Oh, that sounds good, TDS. Yeah, that's a good combo. Cheese and shrimp can be a little odd at times, but it should work. Congratulations, King. Welcome back, Sophie. Thank you, Sophie, for making the choice to be back here. I know that was a difficult choice for you, Sophie. Huh? God, I'm funny. God, I'm funny making that joke. Oh yeah, do people want to do some trivia? Don't crickets me, Maddie. That was a great joke. Everyone loves a good Sophie's Choice joke. Cindy Crawford done. Good, Oxford. Okay. What type of word association we want to do first? Son of a bitch! Sophie, were you not following me? Were you not following me, Sophie? Oh my god. Oh my god. That is cold. That is a power move, isn't it? That's a power move and a half. Look at that. Ice cold, right, Pinion? Right in my fucking face. Right in my stupid fucking face. Maybe unfollow you. Will do, Pickles. All right. Do we want music or movie word association trivia first? Do we want movie or music word association first? I think so, Stoic. Movie. Got two movies. Movie. Okay. Hi, Fox Girl. I do know you, Pinion. But I think of some pretty obscure films here, okay? Some of these films are cruel and unusual. All right. First clue. Well, that's another power move, Fox Girl. You're only here for the trivia? First clue is huge cast. Huge cast. Murder on the Orient Express? Nope. Not that. Never that. John Hamm's broke dick. Is he broke? I'm not even on that, Maddie. Oxford Park? Nope. Cleopatra? Nope. Glass Onion? Nope. Batman? Nope. This is arguably the biggest cast in any film I've ever seen. King gets it right. King gets it right. Mars Attacks. Mars Attacks. Ack. Directed by Tim Burton. Jim Brown, Danny DeVito, Michael J. Fox, Sarah Jessica Parker, Pierce Brosnan, Jack Black, Joe Don Baker, Tom Jones, Pam Grier. I'm missing people too. Natalie Portman. If I didn't say Jack Nicholson, Jack Nicholson. Not even just cameos, like speaking roles. Jack Black was in the movie, got killed. His dad was Joe Don Baker. I think the older grandma in that film was famous too. Huge cast, also directed by Tim Burton. I don't know how to yodel, Fugu. All right, next one. King, I owe you a point. Dia, do you know how to give points? And that's true, tedious. Jesus Christ, Sophie. All right. Let's go with... All right. First clue is deer. Deer. Sisters. Killing of a Sacred Deer? Nope. Bambi? Nope. Caddyshack? Nope. The Animal Deer. The Animal Deer. You'll bring honor to us all. Caddyshack. Next clue, Annihilation. Nope. Tommy Boy. Nope. Don't you laugh at me, Sophie. Next clue is remake. Remake. The Thing? Nope. Flubber? Nope. Not Shawshank either, if I missed that. Oh no, that was from the Mars Attacks one. Flubber again, nope. It's alright, Sophie. Alright, next clue is Spider-Man. 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 Antichrist, no. Not Evil Dead. Army of Darkness, nope. What genre? I can't give that away, Harper. You'll bring unto us. There it is, King. King gets it right. Evil Dead 2. Evil Dead 2. Yep. Spider-Man was a clue because Sam Raimi directed the first two, right? Spider-Man 1 and 2. He might have done 3 as well. He directed Evil Dead. And Deer is because there's a deer on a deer head. A mounted taxidermy deer head is a big character in Evil Dead 2. Yeah, it was directed by... So it was a Sam Raimi connection. Yep. Yep. Great. If you haven't seen Evil Dead 2, it is truly a masterpiece of a film. That is not an exaggeration. Evil Dead 2 is a masterpiece of a film. If you have not seen it, high recommend. Loretta Swift died. I did not know that. There's just so many things that like the effects. Like Evil Dead 1 is, don't get me wrong, I love Evil Dead 1. I've seen that film like 1,000 times, but there's something about Evil Dead 2 that is special relative. Because he got budget, he got some more trust, and it really, that's too much, huh? Yeah. Very much so, Fugu. All right, next film. So that's King with 2 points. That's King with 2 points. All right, next one. Ooh. All right. Let's go with this one. First clue is cockroaches. Cockroaches. Mimic? Nope. God, I forgot about Mimic. Creepshow? No, that would have been... Good guess, Blink Dog. Good guess on Creepshow. But alas, it is not Creepshow. Joe's Apartment? Nope. Species? Nope. Joe's Apartment? Nope. It is Trump. I completely agree with that, Blink Dog. You know they actually use cockroaches for that? There's some really good anecdotes about that. Joe's Apartment. I hated that film. Men in Black? Nope. That's a good guess. Men in Black is a good guess with cockroaches. Next clue is Birdman. Birdman. The Room? Nope. Birdman. Beetlejuice? Nope. The SpongeBob SquarePants movie? Nope. You know, I'll say this. Escape from Alcatraz? Nope. Probably a lot of you don't know this film. You're stumped? Eight-Legged Freaks? Nope. Possibly, Dia. Dia, you might have heard of it. I mean, you're like King. You got the right relationship from that clue. All right, next one is Psycho or Psychopath. We're just gonna say Psychopath. There you go, Blink Dog. See? That's true, Sophie. Batman? Nope. Not Batman. Texas Chainsaw Massacre? No. Throw Mama from a Train? Nope. God, I forget the city this was in. I haven't seen it for a while. Good, Fugu. Fugu, you probably have seen this film. I'm going to reveal this one because nobody's been really close. Nobody's been really close. I'm going to reveal this one. It's called The Tenant. The Tenant. Anyone heard of that one? Is that one you didn't guess? Is that one of your favorite films? You didn't get it from those three? Yeah, Polanski again. I like a lot of his films, but boy, is he a shithead. You've heard of that, Maddie? So Michael Keaton plays a psycho. He released cockroaches into the he's a tenant of a place and releases cockroaches into the home because he's just a fucking psychopath. But if nobody, like, here's the thing, the problem with this choice and the clues, like, if you didn't get it from those three, it's like one of those ones that I think is kind of dead in the water. And I didn't have another good follow-up clue. All right, next one. Next one. Let's go with... Are they? No clue on that. Because I love Chinatown. Rosemary's Baby I really appreciate, but I'm not a huge fan of. I love Chinatown. And I have a soft spot for the Ninth Gate. Not gonna lie, have a soft spot for the Ninth Gate as well. I know, Chinatown is so fucking good. Why did he have to be a sex pervert? I'm thinking Sophie. All right. I mean, yeah, sorry. Sex rapist. Yeah. A sex pervert rapist. There we go. For anyone who didn't know, he drugged an underage girl with Quaaludes. And then he fled. He fled the United States. Real piece of shit. But boy, does he make some good movies. Let's see. Oh, no shit. All right, I'm thinking. I promise. All right, first clue. First clue is hunt. Hunt. That's a great clue. The Pest. Oh my God, you remember that film? Hunt, Showdown, no. Predator, no. The Hunger Games, no. Oh my God, King. Asshole? Asshole. You just said asshole on my stream? Unbelievable. Rambo, nope. Surviving the Game, nope. Stoic, I was gonna use The Pest in one of these, by the way, at some point. Hunt for Red October, nope. Next clue is Along Came Polly. Along Came Polly.
Grab the children! Save the children!
Pirates of the Caribbean, nope. Purge, nope. Along Came a Cracker, nope. I have actually never watched a Purge movie. I have never watched a Purge film. Black Christmas? Nope. Stoic, you want to hear interesting trivia about Black Christmas? You want to hear an interesting trivia about Black Christmas? One of Steve Martin's favorite films of all time. His own words, he saw it over like 20 times in the theater. Yep. So it's about a killer who's locked in, like not locked in, but he's in a sorority house, just killing sorority women on Christmas break or whatever. But they do it from his perspective. So it was kind of like a new thing when they did it. So there was some for the time period. There was some interesting, like, movie making aspects to it that had not been done. Well, no, Psycho technically is Fugu. Psycho technically is. Yeah. But so Black Christmas was more about like inventive movie making versus, well, and also I have to say, I believe Peeping Tom, if anybody knows Peeping Tom, that film kind of did Black Christmas before Black Christmas. A bit. If anybody's familiar with that film. I know I've seen parts of it. I've never watched it all the way through. But that guy got blacklisted from Hollywood for that film. Do you still suck? Do you? See, a lot of people here share my share some of my movie curiosities, huh? All right, anyone else getting this? What were my clues again? Leprechaun? No, it's not Leprechaun. What were my clues again, everybody? Somebody needs to rewrite the clues. Oh, Rear Window is one of my favorite films of all time. Hunt and Along Came Polly. That's right. That's right. Okay, next clue. Next clue. Cows. Cows. Along Came Palu. No. The Day the Earth Stood Still. No. Madagascar. Twister is correct. Fugu. Fugu. I want to be appreciated for how good that first clue is, everybody. I want credit for how good Hunt is as a clue. Thank you very much. So Twister stars Helen Hunt. And they are storm chasers. See, Blink Dog, I thought it was like, at times I thought it was too much. But I knew Hunt was kind of also misleading. So they're storm chasers. Along Came Polly is for Hoffman. Philip Seymour Hoffman. He's like the main reason why Along Came Polly is like a fun film, his character. And he's one of the characters in Twister. And then the Twister had the famous scene of cows, being blown away in a twister. Yep, exactly, King. All right, so I owe Fugu and 1 point and King 2 points. Next one is I throw out some movie titles to associate for character associations and links, because I find those to be kind of fun. And yeah, Along Came Polly could be a little obscure for people, I think. But I did figure that like the main reason you remember Along Came Polly is because of Philip Seymour Hoffman. Yeah, see, that's why I kind of like those clues as well, is because people can mess them up and get other connections. All right, next one. I need to create a list of films that I could just like a list of like 300 films that I could do for this. Let's go with God, what city was that one in? All right. Let's go with... Is that what I want to go with? Fuck. Which ones, Todd? You haven't seen like Patch Adams or what was it? Capone? It's not Capone. It's who's that writer? He was in Doubt. He was in so many things. All right, I think I could do this one. Capote. That's it. Capote. It's off by one word. All right. First clue is competition. Competition. This is a bad first clue, but I'm saying this is a foundational clue. Competition. Hunger Games. Nope. Bring It On again. Nope. Rat Race. Nope. Little Miss Sunshine. Miss Sunshine. Call me Mephistopheles. Kramer versus Kramer. Nope. I preferred the sequel, Dia. Kramer versus Godzilla versus Kong. I preferred the sequel better. Miss Congeniality, nope. Brave, nope. Dodgeball, nope. Space Jam, nope. Groundhog Day, nope. Next clue is Lethal Weapon. Well, and the third one's kind of shitty as well. It was Kramer versus Batman versus Superman. Thought that one was weird. Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome? Nope. Death Race? Nope. Robojocks? Nope. Armageddon? Nope. Armageddon out of here. Rambo? Nope. Ready Player One? Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire? Nope. Next clue is... All right, I can't be held to this, but I believe it takes place in San Francisco. I believe it's San Francisco, but takes place in a major city. Mad Max? Nope. It might be Los Angeles. Might be Los Angeles. A little sunshine. Call me Mephistopheles. Training Day? Nope. Death Race? Nope. Death Race has been... All right, I'll say this. Remember I said that The first clue is not great. It's foundational. It's not. I'll say this. It's not a direct, like, apparent competition. But in the lore of the film, it is a competition. Escape from New York? Nope. My next clue is franchise. Franchise. The Fifth Element? Nope. Fast and the Furious? You mean the greatest films ever created? Nope. If you can't think of the name of it, I doubt it's the same film, Dio. Let's see, do I have another clue? Starship Troopers? Nope. Thelma and Louise? Nope. All right, last one is... Last clue I'll give is sci-fi. Sci-fi. Dune? No. There it is! Fugu! Fugu! Yes! Yeah! Predator 2. Predator 2. Do people know, like, the lore when I say competition? In the lore of those, it's like the predators are competing with the other person, essentially. And there's, like, a history of it and stuff. Okay. What city did that take place in? Was it San Francisco or Los Angeles? I'm almost positive it's California. King, we owe King 1 point, Pickles. I mean, we owe King 2 points. Thank you, Pickles. Lethal Weapon has Donald Glover. Not Donald Glover. His name's Glover, and he was the star of Predator 2. It is Los Angeles? Yeah. I remember it being California because, like, the heat was, like, a thing. Predator 2 was dope. Danny Glover. That's it. Danny Glover. So, wait. Yeah, Danny Glover. Donald Glover. Well, and Donald Glover is, you know, Community and everything like that. Anyways, next round. Let's go with... Well, I'm trying to make them... Like, I'm never going to give direct clues. My goal is for you guys to think on, like, a step or two, right? Removed. That's why this is kind of, like... I have to know the films well enough that I could do that with, you know? I heard Prey was pretty good. All right. Yeah, that's kind of the goal, Fugu. That, like, it's movies that everybody knows, but you're gonna have to know something about it to kind of make the connection. All right, first clue is basketball. Basketball. Hoop Dreams? Nope. Air Bud? Air Bud 7 thing fetch. The greatest film ever made. White Men Can't Jump? Nope. Like Mike? Nope. Star Wars Phantom Menace? Nope. Alien Resurrection? Nope. basketball plays into Alien Resurrection. Semi-pro, no. Basketball, no. Next clue is, I think I'm gonna be cruel. Coach Carter, no. I think I'm gonna be cruel with this one. And I'm gonna say Exorcist 2. Exorcist 2. That's a bit cruel. This is a cruel one. Oh, gotcha. I saw Resurrection a long time ago, like when I was a child. So that one's not. I don't have that one in my brain. I remember some specific scenes, but I don't remember that. God, Sigourney Weaver was Sigourney Weaver. Okay. Freudian, everybody. Yeah, that thing was a very scary visual. Exorcist 3 is one of the greatest films I've ever seen, King. Sigourney Weaver, yeah. God, was she was a babe of babes. She was the babe of babes. Exorcist 3 is legitimately one of the greatest films I have ever seen. You better watch that soon, Penny. I need to talk to you about it. I need people to see it so I can talk about it with them. Damn it. It's on YouTube, Pickles. They have a somebody did like a Blu-ray rip of it on YouTube. You can watch it right now. Yep. Brad Dourif is he's so good in it. God, Brad Dourif is such a good actor. If you promise that you watch it right now, I'll give you permission to leave. He's so good. If you like, I'll say this, if you like more of a classical movie making, almost like Hitchcockian a bit, and like kind of a format like a play, it's so, I mean, the acting, the dialogue, there's some weird shit in there, not gonna lie, there's some weird shit, but boy, does it work. Boy, does it work so good. There are some scary things, but it's not like that, Dia. It's not like that. It's George C. Scott being like putting on a fucking show. If you like George C. Scott, this is like the most George C. Scott could be. All right, what were my clues again? It was Exorcist 2 and what was the other one? What were the other clues? What was my first clue? Basketball and Exorcist 2. Third clue is fantasy. Fantasy. Space Jam? Nope. Merlin? Nope. So, once again, basketball. Exorcist 2, fantasy. Kid in King Arthur's Court, no. Next clue. Next clue I'm going to say is franchise. Franchise. Franchise is a good clue, I think, in general. Never Ending Story, nope. I Might Be Cooked, nope. Home Alone, nope. You know this film, Fugu. If you don't know this film, I'd be shocked. Dungeons and Dragons, nope. Little Sunshine. Only Memphis. Benchwarmers, nope. Next clue. Next clue. Olympia. Olympia. I wonder if people are going to be mad at me for these clues. Percy Jackson, no. Oh, you do. You definitely know the film. You definitely know the film. This isn't like this one isn't like obscure. Good Will Hunting, no. Pity clues. So basketball, Exorcist 2, fantasy, Olympia, and franchise. Jumanji, no. Pitch Perfect, no. I'm stumped. I'm going to give it 2 more minutes because of ads. I'm going to give it 2 more minutes because of ads. Space Jam, nope. That has been guessed like 80 times. Clash of the Titans, nope. Remember, it's not like a lot of these clues aren't that direct. Basketball was a cruel joke, I think. Basketball is a cruel joke. Not a cruel joke, a cruel clue. Cruel clue. Avatar, nope. And frankly, I would have accepted 2 answers for this one. There it is. King. Conan the Barbarian. Conan the Barbarian. There it is. King. You're a fucker, sir. Oh, fuck you. Does anyone know the basketball connection? Does anyone know the basketball connection? Don't unsubscribe, you sons of bitches. But fuck me, fuck you. Wilt Chamberlain. Wilt Chamberlain acted in several films, including, I think it was Conan the Barbarian 2, but it might have been 1. I was going to accept either. And Wilt Chamberlain is one of the greatest basketball players of all time. Exorcist 2, it was 2? Okay. Yeah, so Exorcist 2 was for James Earl Jones. James Earl Jones. Fantasy, obvious. Olympia was because Arnold Schwarzenegger won Mr. Olympia. So, Exorcist 2 was for James Earl Jones, everybody. James Earl Jones. I'm telling you, I'm not going to make these easy. Yeah, that's what I was gonna see. I realized after I said it that I fucked it up, Fugu. I'm pretty I was like pretty sure that Wilt was in 2 and Earl was in 1, but I was gonna accept Conan or 1 or 2. I was just gonna accept 1 or 2 there. Well, he was in Exorcist 3, Blink Dog. Not Exorcist 2. Patrick Ewing was in Exorcist 3. I'm not a fucker. Ads are starting. We're gonna do more after ads. You're all the fuckers. Exorcist 3 is one of the greatest films of all time. And I will fight and die on that hill. Fabio, Larry King was in it. Patrick Ewing. But they're in it for a scene. They're in it for a scene. Samuel L. Jackson is in Exorcist 3 as well, and he got 80 yard out of it. On the Exorcist 3 hill, absolutely, Dia. Samuel L. Jackson, though, it's one of his earliest films was Exorcist 3. There are some really great tense scenes, but the visual, because it's the ambiance. It's the ambiance of Exorcist 3 is one of the most unparalleled. So for Exorcist 1, you know how Exorcist 1 oddly has kind of like a cozy feeling because they're in Georgetown and it's like the scenic area and it's kind of like it's oddly comforting at times, right? But where Exorcist 3 has kind of this, it's the same area, but the tenseness, the building stress of it all is indescribable. It really is. And it's George C. Scott who does it. Because George C. Scott is like this guy who's just walking a tightrope to a certain extent. But mainly because of his own emotions. And and him facing what's going on versus the reality he knows. It's so good. Oh. I might have to watch that tonight.
Wow.
Oh, thank you, Stoic. Welcome back, Sophie. Oh, I know the Changeling. I wanted to use Fugu. I haven't seen it in a while, but I was thinking about using that, but I didn't have enough clues for it. I was thinking about literally using the Changeling. I was also considering using the Sentinel. But I didn't have enough clues for it. The Sentinel and the Changeling. I know my shit, dog. And it was literally, you know why I saw all these films, Fugu? And you've probably seen this. And here's another recommendation if you haven't seen this, okay? It's on the YouTube. It was a simple show, a special that ran on Bravo. Bravo's 100 Scariest Movie Moments. Thank you, Salt. It's not cooked yet. If you haven't seen Bravo's 100 Scariest Movie Moments, the people they get to comment about these films. You just have to refresh, Stoic. Just refresh. The anecdote, and so I saw that as a kid, Fugu, and I started watching those films. No, I would. It is not Blink Dog. It is not. I would. Etsy price hikes are unique to Etsy. They're not for people who watch this stream. Yeah. Okay. Welcome back, Sophie. Yeah. So if you haven't seen Bravo's 100 Scariest Movie Moments, and how are you doing, Salt? Thank you again. And you like horror films, check it out. Check it out. All right, we ready for more trivia? Always ready? Good. Probably not. That's good, Salt. Always nice to have you here. Or is it because of the murders? Okay. Let's think of a new one. Oh my God! You son of a bitch. I say something nice. It bites me right in the taint. Bites me right in the taint. By the way, Maddie's been officially added to the Nemesis list, Saul. Maddie's currently number 4. Jesus Christ, Sophie. No, you won't. Also, just threaten to kill me, Sophie. Don't threaten to kill other people. These are oily points. The ones you get for watching are called black spots. I'm not a taint. So Maddie, you just have to kill the other nemesises. That sounds pretty graphic, Emmanuel. Good work. Could use the human contact. Yeah, no, I agree. I guess it's overdue. With how much of a fucker Maddie is. Okay, I gotta think of a film. Can you kill me? I mean, you have. I was just letting you know, be careful about saying that to other people outside of me, okay? Movie trivia. What's another good obscure film? Little sunshine. I am surprised that North stumped out everybody. No, Dia, you didn't need to do that. Hold on. Okay, thank you, Dia. All right, Saul. I was already attacked ruthlessly today. I'll bring cookies, you fuckers. All right. I gotta go into my repertoire here. Okay. All right. I'm sorry for using this movie, but I want to use this movie. Jesus Christ, Sophie. This is a very few of you are going to know. So should I do it then? If I know that a lot of you have no shot, that's probably unfair. All right, the movie. Good, Jamboree, good. I'm glad our system's in place to bring you back. The movie I was thinking of was Ricky O. Who's heard of Ricky O? Who's heard of Ricky O? You have? Fubu, you haven't? It's a great film. It's actually based off of a comic, too. Oh, I thought... Okay, I misunderstood. Wait, Dia, you just banned them again. Oh, I see. I see. Ricky, oh, yeah. Did they just say? I just saw that they said they hate you. Did they say they're killing? I thought that killing you was to me. No, no, no. I trust you, Dia. I'll ask him again. Hi, Omizu. Mephistopheles. Okay, let's think of another film. Can't do that one. Oh, God. Okay. Okay, I got one. I got one. All right. This is a good one. This is a good one. Son of a bitch! King! Say, so, Sophie, just don't direct any of your anger towards anyone but me, okay? Do me that favor. I would appreciate it. All right. The first clue is purse. Oh, they've already done it twice. They've already done it twice. The first clue is purse. I can't believe I thought of this film. Rocky 2. Nope. We all get 2, yep.
Fire the nuclear weapon.
Oh my God! A raid? Ghost my sister, nope. Don't you dare. Don't you do it, Starcat alien thing. Welcome in, me burning slime. We're doing trivia right now. You're not, nope. Poltergeist, nope. Welcome in. Can we see chair? I want picture. What are you talking about? Harold and Maude, nope. Don't eat art. Thank you, me burning slime. Thank you. Welcome in, slime. What were you working on? Post your links or else. Tootsie, nope. Nope. But you could have the reference. You could have the reference. Don't do it, Sarkat. Give us those sweet, delicious links. Oh, gotcha. Oh, good. Well, post your links regardless. Harry Potter, no. All right, next clue. Next clue is ER. Thank you, Slime. What do you mean by this chair? F2, F2, F3, F4, 2628. Well, like, do you have an Instagram? I usually share my OnlyFans. Jesus. Sophie coming back with a vengeance. Clues are purse and ER. We have a chair award. Bruh. Sorry, it's not my OnlyFans, it's my oily fans. Oily fans. Just give us a chair. I don't know this chair you're speaking of. Here. There's a chair over there. No. See that? There's a chair. Donnie Darko, nope. It is. I finished that painting. I'm already stumped. That's Ricardo Montalban. While you were sleeping, nope. So stumped. Next clue is... Thank you for the follow, Slime. It's staring right at me, Mud. You've got mail? Honestly, Salt, you are like closer than you think, but not you've got mail. The next clue is song. 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 Sleepless in Seattle? Nope. The Sound of Music? Nope. F2, F3, thank you for the follow. Okay, all right. $1 Million Baby. Oh, God, this is a movie. We're doing word association. Pitch Perfect, nope. You have to figure it out from these word clues. Oh, no. Yeah, it is dark, Omizu. The next clue is rom-com. The next clue is rom-com. You can't do that, Sophie. Not in here. Shallow Hal, nope. We hardly knew Sophie. My Best Friend's Wedding, nope. Wedding Singer, nope. Okay. Sherlock Gnomes. I've watched that film. All right, Sophie, have a good one. Shrek, nope. Shrek 2, nope. Shrek the Third, nope. Up in the air, nope. Friend Zone, nope. Just Like Heaven, nope. Next clue is... I believe that's them. Airbud 7th Inning Fetch, you mean the greatest film of all time? Nope. Just need to verify one thing. Batman! Batman! Oh, that would have been so much better clue. Okay. Batman! Thank you, Starcat. The Men Who Stare at Goats? Nope. Burn After Reading? Nope. Zack and Miri Make a Porno? Nope. Nope, I'm coming out with them off the top of my head. Mallrats? Nope. That would have been a good one to do for... Batman Returns? Nope. Cool? Nope. Alright, I think this was a cruel movie to pick, but I saw this a few times in my childhood, so I'm going to reveal it. Heathers? Nope. Yes, it is a Clooney film. It is a Clooney film. Vampire Hunter... Blink Dog! Blink Dog got it right! One Fine Day. One Fine Day. Oh God, I'm surprised somebody got that. I almost revealed it. Batman would have been a better clue than ER. Batman would have been a better clue than ER because that links both Clooney and Michelle Pfeiffer. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, I was going for Clooney with ER, Mud, but Batman would have worked for Clooney and Michelle Pfeiffer, who were the 2 stars of One Fine Day. No worries, Starcat Alien. Thanks for hanging out. No, Batman was used for Michelle Pfeiffer in this context. And then I realized I could have used Batman for both Clooney and Pfeiffer. So that's why I said Batman was a much better clue than ER, was my point. Little sunshine. All right, Blink Dog with the point. Blink Dog with the point. Did anyone else see that Filmaton when they were younger? Because I saw it a bunch. Never seen it. No, yeah, I'm talking about One Fine Day. One Fine Day. Nips? Fuck's Nips? Oh, from I see what you mean. I get your nipple reference. All right, next one. Oh, and purse. The purse clue was because Michelle Pfeiffer's purse is like magic in that film. She had like everything. All right, let's think of another one. Let's see. Such c'est la vie. All right. Well, it's for this is for pickled jalapenos. Also, I can't adjust it from there. Okay. Let's see. That one would have been too cruel. I'm thinking of cruel ones due to y'all. I just went with One Fine Day, which I think was pretty cruel. Was One Fine Day cruel, considering only one of you got it? Or I mean, considering that only one person seemed to have a shot. Oh, really? That is cool, Fugu. Alright. But the cruel ones are kind of fun, aren't they? That is true. Have at thee! It's a good call. I mean, on cockroaches, it's a good call. I agree. Okay, all right. Let's go with first clue. I try and make it that there is a possible connection somebody can make in their head. Thank you, Busker. How you doing? First clue is... what would be enough? We're gonna just do writer. 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 No shit, good boy Goldie. You've done it again. Hot damn, good boy Goldie. You did that like twice yesterday. You son of a bitch. You got secret window from Ryder. Okay. How is that your first guess? How is that your first guess? Misery was a much better guess. Oh, I could have done Misery too. Wow. Hot damn. No shit. I'm just trying to get obscure but knowable. That's it. That's it, Blink Dog. I don't even like Secret Window. I don't even like that film. But I realized I could, you know, use it. Yeah. Pervs of the Feather, yeah. Johnny Depp, I was gonna do Big Lebowski for one of them, because what's his name is in it. And then I was probably gonna talk about, like, you know, do some clues related to plot points. All right. Dookie in the bed. I actually have a bit of a Johnny Depp film collection and Sandra Bullock. That is a hell of a combination. All right, let's go with... I actually forgot the name of that film. That one probably would have worked. Okay. All right, first clue is you got served. First clue is you got served. That might be a little cruel, but I don't give a shit. Kramer versus Kramer? Nope. Like I said, I prefer the sequel. High Fidelity? Ooh, that would have been a good one to do. I like that film. Actually, yeah, agreed, Goldie. Agreed. Bring It On? Nope. Versus Godzilla versus Kong? Yeah. The sequel, Kramer versus Godzilla versus Kong. Much better than the third, Kramer versus Batman versus Superman. Versus The Toxic Adventure. 8 Mile, nope. All right, next clue. Next clue is drugs. Drugs. Waiting, nope. Just drugs. Candy, no. You got served drugs. Liar, liar, no. My Cousin Vinny. Another great film. Powder, no. Next clue. Next clue is swinging. Swinging. Swingers, no. Boogie Nights, no. From the Mill, thank you for the follow. Anything. Eyes Wide Shut, no. Go Kids, SLC Punk, no. Brent, no. Hackers, nope. Stand and Deliver. I watched that in school for the first time. Fill the hole. The pottery documentary, nope. Chasing Amy, nope. Next clue. What were my clues again? You got served drug swinging. Okay. Next clue is we'll go Oh Brother Where Art Thou? Nope. Made, nope. Next clue is this is the end. There it is. Pinion. Pineapple Express. Pineapple Express. There you go, Pineapple. I mean, Pinion. You got served because he was a guy who served, legal documents. Pineapple, there we go. Drugs, obviously, the movie revolves around drugs. Swinging because of pineapples. And this is the end because all those actors are in it. Pineapple paint. There you go. There we go. Oh my god! So. Oh, are you guys going to sleep? Have a good one. Nee mud. Nee salt. Have a great night. Let's see. Let's do one more. Who here has heard of Barry Lyndon? I was considering doing Barry Lyndon. No, the movie. Barry Lyndon was a movie by Stanley Kubrick. You want to know a good trivia about Barry Lyndon, y'all? Not all of you are going to appreciate this fact. But Barry Lyndon was done completely with natural light and candles. Yep. Candlelight and natural light from outside. No artificial lights were used in making it. For any of you movie buffs out there. It's like an incredible feat. It really is. You know, another fun fact about Kubrick. He was so respected for his lighting work that he actually consulted on several films to do the lighting for scenes. Including I forget which James Bond film, but there was a big set piece that they basically hired him to do, you know, the entirety of the lighting for it. Yeah. I gotta figure out my lighting better. I mean, so many things. Like don't get me wrong. I'm not a 2001 fan, but boy, do I respect the fuck out of his filmmaking. All right, we're gonna do one more. We're gonna do one more, so I gotta make this a doozy. Yeah, don't forget the moon landing, true. His greatest work. That's true. He probably would have experimented with it, but then hated it. Another fun fact, does anybody know what his last film was going to be when he died? Yep, AI. His last film was going to be AI. And he was in storyboarding phase of it, like early stuff when he passed. But they put some visuals in the film related to him and his involvement. But he was going to direct it. All right. I love Muppets in Space. Thank you, Starcat. I appreciate it. All right. Sorry, I got to think of a film. Let's see. What would be a good one? I'm gonna have to watch movies to come up with more of these, everybody. Ooh, that does sound like a good idea. How much is that? $15. I aspire to put Star Wars to shame. True. True. Okay. All right. All right. I got a good one. I got a good one, everybody. I got a good one. Welcome back, Sophie. First clue is night vision. Night vision. If anybody gets it on the first try, I will give you 30 oily points. Silence of the Lambs? Nope. Predator? Nope. That's a good idea, Jamboree. I'll have to check it out. X-Men? No. Anaconda? Nope. Pitch Black? Nope. Spy Kids? Nope. Black Hawk Down? Nope. Mission Impossible? Nope. The Dark Crystal? Nope. Sicario? Nope. Spy Kids? Nope. Silence of the Lambs, nope. B movie, nope. B movie. It's never gonna be B movie. Stop it. Stop it. Independence Day, nope. Chronicles of Riddick, nope. Ooh, that would have been a good guess for that. That's a good guess, King. Next clue is sports. Sports. Step Brothers, nope. How does that make sense? How'd you get Step Brothers from that? Late Night with the Devil? I still need to see that, Sophie. I've heard good things. Vision Quest? Nope. Zero Dark 30? Nope. Hunt? Nope. The Pest? No. It's not The Pest, Stoic. Cliffhanger? Oh, Cliffhanger would have been a good one. Shit. Damn it, Cliffhanger would have been a good one. Damn it. Next clue is ice. The Descent would have been a good one, too. It's not The Descent. Next clue is ice. Rats. Rat farts. Youngblood, nope. The Good Son, nope. Face Off, nope. 30 Days a Night, nope. Oh, I remember that film, Goldie. Running Man, nope. Running Man might fit in a little bit, but it's not Running Man. All right. Remade. Next clue is remade. Ice Castles? Nope. Oh, I thought of another one. Slapshot? Nope. Are we there yet? Nope. Next clue is Con! That's the next clue. I want my inflection recorded for the, I want my inflection recorded there. Star Trek 2? I did not. You're welcome, Fugu. No. I think I might end it for this one, guys. No one's come close. No one's come close. I had to. I had to. I'm gonna give it only like another minute, everybody, because I got another one in the chamber. I got another one in the chamber. Anything? Frozen? Nope. Aaron Brockovich? Nope. All right, I'm gonna reveal it. I'm gonna reveal it. Die another day? Nope. The answer is rollerball. Rollerball. Anyone? I'm not getting any reactions that are never heard of it. Really? Nope. I'm not giving points to Space Jam. Do you know that film, Pinion? I'll explain the clues. Night vision because for like a 10-minute period in the 2000 version of Rollerball or whenever it was, there is like a 10-minute time frame in that film where it's completely night vision. Sports because rollerball is a professional sport in that world, blah blah blah. Ice is because Vanilla Ice was a star in the film. Yeah. Remade because there was like a 1970s version of Rollerball and like they just remade it, the same exact thing. And then Con because of James Caan. James Caan was a star in Rollerball. There you go. All right, I got one in the tank, everybody. I got one in the chamber. All right, first clue is Hercules. Hercules. Hercules, Hercules. That's not a clue, just Hercules. Look how they massacred my boy. Nutty Professor, no. Hercules movie, nope. Hercules. Gladiator, nope. Who put the gladiator? Hercules. Barat, no. Sandlot, no. Wrath of the Titans, no. Hercules nuts. Oh my god, you got me. All right, next clue. Next clue. Wayne's World. Wayne's World. Brother Bear? No. Nope. Not that. Ooh, put the... How dare you, Sophie? Do you, Blink Dog? A person of culture. True. A person of culture. We all knew why we were watching Xena. Shrek? Nope. Next clue. Fantasy. Fantasy. What'd I miss? Can you rewrite it, Fugu? Last thing. Oh, no, you did get it right. Okay, shit. All right, you got it right. You did get it right. Yeah, I missed that. Kroll the Conqueror. Kroll the Conqueror. Now, just so everybody knows, Kevin Sorbo is a huge douchebag now. I have depression. I'm sorry, Sophie. Very obscure, but I saw it a bunch as a kid. Yep, that was a kid movie for me too. Yeah, he's a real piece of shit. But I did watch that movie too many times. Sophie, if you do, you should try and get help. I don't recall a penis-shaped ship, but he used an axe and he kissed, like he did a really like graphic kiss with like a demon witch in that film. It's not my choice, Blink Dog. It just happens. I don't condone Kevin Sorbo. All right? That was not me condoning Kevin Sorbo, okay? I need this to be clear. Have you, Stoic? Yeah, that is true. You know, we'll do ads, we'll do more. I love doing these trivias, all right? If you all want more, I'll do more. Just after ads. Just after ads. Kroll the Conqueror was not on MST 3K. I'm almost positive. More! Yeah, opinion, it's like, it's just one of those things. It's like, you always got to be careful who your heroes are, type shit. Hercules. I also like gauging what movies y'all have seen and to see how crazy or not I am. Because I'm just letting everybody know I do these off the top of my head. Good, Pinion. Good. I was a bit on a Disney streak today, huh? Ancestors. A bit of a Disney boy today. You'll bring honor to us all. Well, King, it's kind of the same with me. I'm just remembering enough to get by here.
Fire the nuclear weapon.
Jesus Christ! Princess PJs? Oh my god. Welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. We're in ads. You rated right during ads. I had nothing to do with this. All right, that was PJ's fault. Okay? That was not me. That was PJ's. Oh my god, a raid. Yep. How does this always happen? A bit, Blink Dog, but no, everybody's of age here. How could PJs do this? How could PJs do this, everybody? Oh my god, this wasn't my fault. Oh, you're 36 too, Stoic? A lot of 36-year-olds. That seems to be the median age. $37, yep. Obviously. Yeah. You'll bring honor to us all. Exactly. All right, we almost done with the ads. We're in the middle of trivia right now. We're in the middle of trivia. Oh, that's definitely by you, PJs. Definitely not me. Definitely you, not me. That is a good SNL skit. Are you in the Midwest, PJs? Are you in the Midwest? Oh my god! Oh, thank you, Blink Dog. Shit, thank you. You're stuck here forever now, PJs. You're stuck here forever. No way out. Well, there's one. But you know what that is. Yep. That's true, Sophie. One of us. All right. PJs, post your links. Post your links or else. Thank you for the raid. Give us those links now that everybody's out of ad jail. Remember, PJs did that to everybody. Good. Everybody go follow PJs. We raid in there with some frequency. Friend. Check him out. Awesome artist. Okay.
This isn't because I like
Oh, thank you, Maddie. Fair enough, Maddie. Fair. All right. More trivia. Are we ready for more movie trivia? Are we? All right. The first clue will be once I figure out what movie I'm doing. That would be cruel. That would be cruel. I have a really cruel one that I don't think anybody would get, though. Revenge of the Nerds, no. Not that one. Okay. All right. First clue is meta. Meta. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Thank you. Holy shit. Thank you, Blink Dog. Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. Thank you so much. Holy shit. Inception, nope. Everything Everywhere All at Once, nope. Oh, my God. Thank you. Idiocracy, nope. UHF, nope. Thank you so much, Blink Dog. Deadpool, nope. The Social Network, nope. Next clue. Franchise. Franchise. The first clue was meta, Blink Dog. Thank you so much. That is really extremely generous. I really appreciate it. It is not clue. The clues are meta and franchise. The Social Network, nope. Ready Player One, nope. MetaQuest, nope. Next clue. Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings. Have a good one, Scotty B. Clerks? Nope. How I Met Your Money? Nope. Clerks 2? Nope. Thank you, Mako. The Hobbit? Nope. Cats, X-Men, nope. We're doing movie, has to be about LARPing. I'm not sure. This is a movie trivia, Mako. I'm giving clues and you gotta guess the movie. Next clue is Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp. Indiana Jones, Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. Nope. Anything. Anything? Wonka? Nope. The last clue is sleep. Sleep. Waiting for the Barbarians. Nope. Muppet Christmas Carol, you mean the greatest movie ever made? Last clue is sleep. Eternal Sunshine? Nope. The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe? Nope. Sleepy Hollow? Nope. God, I love that film. Transcendence? Nope. Oh, that was that fucking... Oh, that shitty movie? No. Never. Ugh. Who said Transcendence? I might have to take away a point. Ew, gross. Thank you again, Blink Dog. X into the Woods? Nope. Nightmare on Elm Street? Nope. But you might be close, Fox Girl. You might be close. I'm looking for the exact name. Wink! Nightmare Before Christmas? Nope. Think of the clues. The Dream Warriors? Nope. The Ninth Gate? Nope. Remember the clues. Remember the clues. Dead Man, nope. Nightmare on Elm Street. Very close, but not that. Lawnmower Man, nope. Freddy versus Jason, nope. Oh, that's a shame, Fox Girl. Scanner Darkly, nope. Once Upon a Time in Mexico, Edward Scissorhands, nope. Nobody's gonna get it. The people who get it aren't gonna get it. The answer is Wes Craven's New Nightmare. New Nightmare, everybody. New Nightmare was a meta film where it was New Line Cinema, where it takes place while they're making the new Freddy Krueger film, and then Freddy comes to life in their world where they're making the film. Other clues. Lord of the Rings. Yeah, it is. Lord of the Rings is because if it weren't for Freddy Krueger, Lord of the Rings would not have been made by New Line Cinema. Freddy Krueger is called, New Line Cinema is called the house that Freddy built because of the success of the Freddy movies, the Nightmare on Elm Street films. New Line Cinema was able to get the funding and backing for the Lord of the Rings films. Franchise easy. Johnny Depp was in the first Nightmare on Elm Street and had cameos in other ones. That's true, Blink Dog. And then Sleep is just a Freddy, referring to Freddy. Okay. Are we satisfied with those clues? Yeah. So okay. Let's do another one.
I award you no
I have a good one,
points,
Fugu.
and may God have mercy on your soul.
I will not. Have a good night, Fugu. Let's see. Let's see. What would be a good one, everybody? What would be a good one? It's not gonna be the pest. I think only you and other like people who know like John Leguizamo would have any shot at that. God. Let's... Oh, Fugu's gone now. Okay, I can actually open up a little bit. All right. First clue is CGI. 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 It's not going to be Creepshow. Not anymore. Avatar. Nope. Beowulf. Nope. Not a good film. Back to the Future. Nope. Tron. Nope. Not Tron. Definitely not that. A Bug's Life. Nope. Tron 2, the remake. No. Matrix 2. Nope. Evil Dead remake. Nope. All right, next clue is Star Wars. Nope. The Last Starfighter. Nope. Hell. Hell. This stream. You're not wrong. Hellboy, nope. That is true. Next clue. Is he in that film? Fine. The next clue is the past. The past. Spawn, there it is. Stoic Booty gets one with Spawn. Spawn! Was John Leguizamo in Tu Wong Fu? Was John Leguizamo in Tu Wong Fu? Yes? Okay. I thought he was. Yes, she was, yeah. True. Well, they were just drag queens, right? In Tu Wong Fu. Yeah. Talk about like progressive for the time period. Doing that film in the 90s. Whew. And Swayze, yeah. I'm surprised those people. I'm surprised Snipes did it specifically. Oh, really? Is the reference Gangs of New York? No, that's Bill the Butcher. Which one is Marty the Butcher? Sir! And Tu Wong Fu? No, I thought they were just drag queens, King. Well, Marty, I mean, Back to the Future, right? But like, but I don't know what the Butcher's from. Ernest Borgnine and Marty. I'm not familiar. I'm not familiar with that one. Huh. I'm gonna make pickled jalapenos, Mako. Pickled jalapenos. Pickled jalapenos. Is that it? Huh. Yeah, I didn't think it was Back to the Future, Blink Dog, because, I mean, the Butcher thing just, you know, didn't make sense, obviously. Interesting. I'll have to check that out. All right, I gotta think of a new one. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. 1955, huh? Interesting. All right. Okay, here's one. Here's one. We're gonna go with traps. 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 Home Alone, nope. There's a gnarly movie that I kind of watched recently that I don't really want to talk about, but I do at the same time. And if anybody knows of the film, I'm going to say the name of the film, but I warn anybody, Return of the Jedi, nope, Saw, nope. Do not, if you're squeamish, don't look into this film whatsoever. Promise me. If you are squeamish, do not look into this film whatsoever. Is everybody ready for the name of this film? Because it's disturbing. It legitimately is a disturbing film. The name of the film is Bone Tomahawk. That's not the answer to this one. But it's Bone Tomahawk. I warn you to not look up that film if you're squeamish in the slightest. Please. No, it's not Tusk. All right, so what was my clue again? Traps. Okay. Next clue is family. Family. Some aspects of it too, but they kind of like, they got around it in kind of a bad way. But there's also the context of the time period they were in. Parent Trap. No. You get what I'm saying, Stoic? Like... Because the villains in that film were not natives. Oh, I didn't know that, Stoic. I actually did not know that. House arrest? Nope. What's the next clue? Oh, really? I not heard of that. I'll investigate. The Devil's Rejects? Nope. Next clue. Let's go with... What's a good one for this one? A lot of clues would make are like, I didn't think this one through enough, I think. Clue recap, we have trap and family. We'll go genre, horror. There it is. Okay. Goldie got it. Goldie got it. The Sound of Music. Goldie got it. The Hills Have Eyes, everybody. I didn't think through the... I thought of basically the first two. But then I kind of blanked on what would have been good. Because I didn't want to go with like cannibals. I didn't want to go with like a Wes Craven thing. The Tourist Trap. The Sound of Music is a funny joke, though. All right. Have a good one, Jamboree. This trivia is making me go slow, and I kind of want to eat. Do we just finish this in another go tomorrow? We could do that. Do we want to call it for tonight? And finish tomorrow? It is, Blink Dog. I'll make sure you get your points. We owe Stoic, we owe Goldie, we owe Blink Dog 1, 6 sessions. No, this is gonna be 2 sessions. I'm just kind of getting tired. We've been going for 6 hours. I haven't eaten since noon. But we can finish this tomorrow, everybody. We could finish this tomorrow. Let's do that. I suddenly lost my juice. No, this is gonna be 2 sessions, Amizu. I'm gonna create a list of movies that I could ask about too. I have to finish the jalapenos, the handle, the wood, the background. It's only going to be like an hour or 2, but we'll do it tomorrow. I got to clean up this handle, the shadow, the background. Not bad though for one brush and only linear brush strokes, everybody. That was one brush, linear brush strokes, everybody. Chef's kiss, thank you. Jamboree, have a good night, bud. So we're gonna stream tomorrow, everybody. We're gonna stream tomorrow. Wow, that'll be 4 times in 6 days. 4 times in 6 days, everybody. That is true. Dennis 2 Society, thank you for the follow. I'm a class 1 streaming pervert right now. But it shouldn't be long tomorrow, but we could just we could take it very lackadaisically and we can do some more trivia. Movie trivia is pretty fun because there's so much more content than art trivia or pigment trivia, I should say. That's the thing that's tough with pigment trivia is that I'm on a very limited content with that. More music? Yeah, we could do more music too. The thing is, I'm more knowledgeable on movies than I am music. Because I have huge gaps. So here's the problem with music overall, Foxgirl and trivia for me, is I have complete genres I have no knowledge of. I've never listened to country. But there are some things I could do with music. So maybe I'll throw in some music ones too. While we're doing movie. Okay. All right. Now, why everybody's here, why all you sick fucks are here, time to wipe the D.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Absolutely not. Never. I'll die. I'll die. I'll get the shakes. Oh my god! Stoic! Oh my god. King, have a good one, bud. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, Lord. Oh, I should be praying during this, because I will not be forgiven. I will not be forgiven what I'm doing right now. Oh, God. This is just disgusting. How could you all watch this? Why are you watching this?
Oh my.
Tell me! Alright, for anybody who is not subscribed to my YouTube, I really need subscribers. I am truly disgusted with myself. You're sick, Goldie. Alright, so we're gonna finish this tomorrow, everybody. Exclamation point YouTube, Stoic Booty. So if anybody's not subscribed to my YouTube, I really need the subscribers and would really appreciate it. If you do exclamation point YouTube. Thank you. I'm trying to get to 1,000 YouTube subscribers, everybody. That's a big push. So if everybody can get their entire families and all your relatives and everybody that you associate with to subscribe, I'd really appreciate it. I'll expect that to be done by tomorrow. What else? Yeah, tomorrow, everybody. So let's find something to raid. Nee Fox Girl and Goldie. Never Again Land, Touch of Chaos. Carol Phillip is. I don't know what they're doing. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I hope you had a good time. Trivia was fun. Way to make it super difficult all the time. Anyone have any suggestions for raids? We haven't raided Touch of Chaos for a long time. We could do that. You're welcome, Blink Dog. Anytime. Similar boat on my mom's side. Not on my dad's. Well, Sally Quinn is playing games. Oh, let's just raid Touch of Chaos. Like I said, we haven't raided them for a while. Alright, we're raiding Touch of Chaos, Hyperrealism, Charcoal. Really interesting subjects that they do. Greenbag, I'll see you in hell. But thanks everybody for hanging out. Tomorrow, around the same time, maybe a little bit earlier than normal. Maybe a little earlier. Catherine, you have a wonderful night. Silk Booty, Fox Girl, Blink Dog. Blink Dog, thank you again. Goldie, Todd, King, Pickles, Shasta, Dia, Celestia, Salt and Mud. Yeah. So yeah, be back tomorrow. Omizu, TDS, Emmanuel, have a great night. And we'll see everybody soon. Have a good one, Todd. I shall.